Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannone, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I do have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all, four actually, I guess. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Friday? No. And were you all careful? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Were you all careful with your social media this weekend?
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brennan?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Commonwealth will call Ian Whiffin.
Okay. All right, just come on up.
Commonwealth calls Ian Whiffin.
Please face our clerk and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Ian Whiffin. I'm a digital forensics examiner and decoding product manager for CellBrite.
You just mentioned CellBrite. Is that where you work?
It is, yes.
And you're a forensic examiner.
I am.
Can you tell us a little bit about CellBrite, where you work?
Yes, CellBrite provides digital forensic solutions to customers globally for access and decoding of digital artifacts from devices.
Where would you find a digital system? Is that resigned to a phone, or is it all systems?
Typically, CellBrite focuses on phones or iPads, but we do have some additional devices that we can also interrogate: computers, vehicles, things like that.
So simply, what is CellBrite?
CellBrite is a digital intelligence company.
Do they use a certain type of software? Do they brand a certain type of software?
Yeah, we create our own software to access devices and to decode the data that we pull from devices.
So essentially, does that software help you look into the data on a phone and analyze it?
It does, yes.
What is the role of a digital forensic analyst?
Typically, the analyst would take the data that's been extracted from a device, such as a cell phone, process that in software such as a physical analyzer that CellBrite create, and use that information to filter, to search, and to create a report for the investigator that would allow them to see what happened on the device at the time being investigated.
How long have you been involved in analyzing data, sir?
I started my career in digital forensics in 2013.
Can you take us back to the beginning of your career and tell us a little bit about how you became involved in learning about analyzing data?
Certainly. I spent 5 years as a frontline police officer in the UK during the 2000s. In 2009, emigrated to Canada and continued policing frontline officer in Calgary before joining the digital forensics team in 2013. Pursued several qualifications related to digital forensics and just continued in that role until 2019, 2020, when I left the police agency and began working for CellBrite.
While you were working at the police agency and began your career analyzing data, were there special classes that you took?
There were. In order to be a forensic examiner in Canada, you have to take a 3-week foundational course in Ottawa, basically covering the basics of digital forensics. And then from there, other courses are available that would focus on things like cell phones, would focus on how to get data from different types of devices. And then there's industry qualifications that can be sought as well, where you can focus on particular types of device or particular types of data.
Does software in this field continually change?
It does. Every time an update is released to an application or to an operating system, there's the opportunity for the foundation of that software to change. And from a forensics point of view, you have to re-understand what has changed, make sure you understand what is now happening on that device, and provide that information to the users.
As you've progressed through the field, do you continue to take classes?
I've not taken a class now since I actually joined CellBrite and did the basic foundational courses that CellBrite offer, but prior to that I was doing courses across the industry.
Do you teach courses?
I do teach webinars. I don't teach any actual courses, although some of my research and some of my tools are taught to examiners in many of the industry standard qualifications which users seek.
Do you ever write papers about the subject that are published?
I do. So I have a blog where I publish my research. Sometimes some of those become papers which get peer-reviewed and distributed in more academic channels.
So when one of your papers is peer-reviewed, can you tell us what that means?
Yeah, essentially, other forensics examiners would read over the paper that I've written, do their own testing, compare their testing and research to what I've conducted, and make sure that what I've said is consistent with their findings. And presuming that what they find is the same as what I found, then they would agree that it's a valid document and it gets shared.
Take us now to CellBrite. When you began working at CellBrite, what did you do?
When I started there, I was considered the senior digital intelligence analyst. My role was to help the developers of the software understand the role of a digital forensics examiner what an examiner needs from the tool, what an examiner wants to do with the tool, and how they want to use it. And then since then, I've progressed to the decoding product manager, where I can manage the backlog of software applications that we support, decide how we should support those applications, and how that information should look to the users.
Do you do research?
I do still do research, yes. It's not my primary function within CellBrite, but it's something that I've continued to do throughout my career.
Have you ever done any programming?
Yes, again, I'm not an official programmer with CellBrite, but I do program as well, and I have several tools which I've written myself for the last few years, since around 2015, tools that I wrote to do the things that the vendor tools didn't do, and to offer examiners things that the vendor tools didn't offer. And I continue to maintain those tools as a learning opportunity for myself, and also because other examiners can make use of these same features.
Mr. Whiffin, have you ever testified in courts regarding forensic examination of data?
I have, yes.
And can you share a little bit about that?
I've been qualified as an expert in Canada, Australia, the UK, in total around 20 times.
I want you to take us now to the CellBrite software. We talked a little bit about it. I don't want to go into too much detail, but can you help us explain how software works like CellBrite software?
Yes, so fundamentally, when we've got data from a device, it's a series of files, a series of databases, property lists, all manner of different structured data. The software that we create knows where these files exist, knows how to read these files, and what the data inside them means, and provides a clear view for the user to view that data. As an example, if you were to look at the SMS database on a device, all you would see is a long list of messages that don't really have an easy way to interpret or to read them. Our software takes that information, converts it into a conversational view, so that as a user you can read the data, you can see who sent what message, what time it was sent. We can do decoding and decryption of various different types of security to give the user as much information as possible.
Is there other software available in addition to CellBrite?
There's multiple vendor-supplied tools and multiple tools available that are maintained by users in the community, like myself.
Does a forensic examiner, should they rely simply on the software program, or is there more to do other than the program itself?
The software program is great at finding the data and displaying the data, but I always maintain it's the role of the examiner to actually understand what that data means and provide context and validation for what that data means, making sure that the end user of the report, whether that's the investigator, a judge, or a jury, can understand what that data actually means, rather than just taking it at face value from the software.
Does the software create a report that you can look at that manages or arranges some of the data that you can see?
It does. It just creates a list of all of the results that the examiner wants to include in the report.
So the software can produce a report, but the examiner goes beyond the report and looks into the data itself?
The examiner can and should go beyond what the program provides.
Let's turn now to your involvement in this case. Can you share with us when you first became aware of the data in this case and how that came about?
Yes, it was actually one of the public relations managers at CellBrite who reached out to me or to my team because he'd heard about this case and about the confusion regarding a timestamp and requested if we could look into it and find out what the confusion was and how we could respond to it. At that point, I contacted the investigators to get more details.
Did you learn that a consumer had called about a question relative to a report produced by the software?
Yes, there was both the troopers who had requested information about this particular artifact and also a private forensics examiner, Richard Green.
And when Richard Green reached out to your company, what specifically was the question or issue?
He reached out to the tech support team, asking basically if there's a timestamp that doesn't make sense. I need to understand what this timestamp means.
What is a timestamp?
Essentially, it is the time which is attributed to an artifact. So it should intentionally be when something happened on that device, we would show a timestamp associated to it.
Can you tell us what an artifact is?
An artifact would be any piece of data that we pull from that device. So it could be a text message, it could be a location point, it could be a photograph.
So if I had photographs on my phone, would each photograph be considered an artifact?
It would, yes.
Would the date and time I took the photograph be considered an artifact?
I'd consider that a property of the artifact.
And if I had a phone call or a text message, those would be considered artifacts?
Yes.
When I look at my phone and I see a call log or a name, does that tell me all the information about that call?
When you look on the phone itself?
Yes.
No, there's usually a lot more information in the background of the phone that's available to the forensics examiner, which the user wouldn't necessarily see on the device.
And so when you're looking at an artifact, a phone call, a text message, whatever it may be, and you see it on a report, if you want to know more detail, where it came from, when it was developed, when it started, is that what a forensic examiner would do, to look into the data to try to identify that other information?
Yes, you can see what other information is available. You can see if there's any information that's been deleted that can be recovered. And you can validate the information that's there and make sure that the timestamps are being interpreted correctly and that they mean what you think they mean.
You told us you got a call from a consumer or a forensic examiner, Richard Green, about a timestamp. What type of timestamp? For what type of artifact was this timestamp?
It was related to an internet query.
And so there was an internet query on a phone that had a timestamp, and this gentleman, Mr. Green, had a question about it.
He did. He wanted to know how accurate the timestamp was in relation to when the internet query was made.
Did you look into the question, the query that was made?
In response to Richard Green, at that time, I didn't. I wasn't aware that Richard Green had made this request until several months later. But it was an almost identical question that had been asked by the troopers here. And that's the question that I was able to look into and to answer.
And can you share with us, what was the issue? What was the question that you were actually looking into?
The question was related to a timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. And an internet query that appeared to have occurred at that time. There was no other information on the device that suggested that that internet query had occurred at that time. So we wanted to know how relevant is that timestamp to when the query happened. So I was able to take test devices, recreate test data to find out exactly what this timestamp meant, and discovered that it was actually the timestamp that the tab within the browser was brought into focus and had no relevance to when the actual web query had been made.
And so after you looked into the issue and came to a determination or opinion, did you reach back out to Mr. Green?
Eventually, yes, I did. After I provided information to the troopers, I wrote a blog that covered this information because there was another examiner in Europe who had a very similar question, and I realized that this is a relatively common point of confusion. And then eventually I reached out to Richard Green, offering to speak to him about this issue and clear up any confusion, but never received a response.
So to summarize, there was an inquiry about a phone that made a Google or a internet search, and the question is, what time was that search made?
Correct.
And relative to that inquiry, there was a timestamp on some of the data that said 2:27 a.m.
Correct.
Sustained.
So at some point, did you have an opportunity to forensically examine a telephone that was attributed to a person by the name of Jennifer McCabe?
I did have the opportunity to look at the data that was extracted from that device. I never saw the device itself.
And putting that aside for a second, secondly, were you asked to look at any other phone to examine data in this case, aside from the phone attributed to Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I was also sent the extraction of data from John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you look through the data and analyze some of the data in John O'Keefe's phone?
I did, yes.
So I want to walk through both your analysis of Jennifer McCabe's phone, but also of John O'Keefe's phone. So if we can first start with Ms. McCabe's phone.
Yes.
Did you actually receive her phone?
I didn't know. It was just a download of the the extraction.
So how does that work?
The examiners here had done the extraction of the device, resulted in a large zip file, which is a container containing all of the files extracted from the phone. They uploaded it to CellBrite's secure portal, where I was able to download it and verify what the data was in the extraction.
When you received the download of the extraction for Jennifer McCabe's phone, was it similar process for John O'Keefe's phone?
With John O'Keefe's phone, I actually received the data on a USB thumb drive through the mail.
And before we begin, can you summarize briefly the issue, what you were looking for, and what the scope was, as far as Jennifer McCabe's phone?
For Jennifer McCabe's phone, it was related to the internet search that occurred, or that allegedly occurred at 2:27:40.
Okay. And as part of your effort and analysis, did you put together a PowerPoint that would help educate us on how a timestamp works and what happened in this case regarding a search?
I did, yes.
And have you seen that PowerPoint recently?
I did, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm handing you a binder that should take a look in. Do you know or do you recognize what's in that binder?
Yes, this is the PowerPoint presentation I created related to Jen's phone.
And with that presentation, do you have it downloaded on your computer?
I do, yes.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You know, with the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffin to be able to use his computer to walk us through the PowerPoint and explain it to the jury.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Whiffin.
Okay.
May we begin, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, if you would walk us through and explain the PowerPoint and explain this issue to the jury, what the question was and how you resolved it.
Of course. Okay. The query revolved around a database called browserstate.db. Browserstate stores information about Safari internet browser and about the tabs that the user has either had open or has open. Fundamentally, in this presentation, I wanted to include information from iOS 14 and earlier. iOS 14 is not the version of iOS that was on Jen McCabe's phone, but iOS 14 has an easier way to understand how this database works. And then I can move on to iOS 15, which was the device, or was the version installed on Jen McCabe's phone. And hopefully by that point, it will be clearer how this information is being populated on the device.
Could you tell us what iOS means?
iOS is Apple's proprietary operating system available on iPhones.
Thank you.
Fundamentally, the browserstate.db tabs table is shown, hopefully I can show this on here, in the top here. The real database has many more fields, but these are the fields which are important for the demonstration to just see the row ID, the timestamp that's recorded, the URL or the web address, and the title of the page. And the example at the side there, you can see there's the browser is open, but there is no tab actually in focus at this time.
Can I take us just a little bit back so we can put this in context?
Yes.
When you are doing internet searches on your phone and you hit Safari or Google or whatever search engine you're going to use, does it create a tab?
It doesn't create a tab just by opening the application, but there may be tabs already open in the background when you start the application, and then you can tell it to create further tabs.
So if I have a phone, can I have a number of different tabs on my phone at the same time if I've searched for different things throughout the day?
Correct. You can have hundreds of tabs open.
Do tabs stay open forever, or can you close them?
They stay open until you close them.
So if you look at your phone and you have a number of different tabs, and say, for example, I start with one tab, I'm looking for the local football score. can I reuse that same tab for some other search, or do I have to use a new tab to start a new search?
You could use that tab for as long as you wanted, or create a new tab to do additional searches while maintaining the original tab in its current state.
And so what you're trying to demonstrate to the jury is identifying a time on one of these tabs where a particular search was made.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Could you explain this demonstration as it relates to tabs on these internet searches? What are we actually trying to learn?
So as I showed, there's a field in this table called timestamp. It's actually called last viewed timestamp. I wanted to prove or to demonstrate what that timestamp means, how that timestamp gets populated, and how it's relevant or irrelevant to a case.
So if I have one or many tabs open on my phone, each tab will have its own timestamp?
Correct.
And the URL, that's whatever I look up, what I search on the search engine?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that. Is that what's looked at?
That's correct. The URL is the address of the page that's being viewed.
So if I have a tab open and I use it continuously, 3, 4, 5, 10 times, will the timestamp change?
No, it will not.
And is that what you're explaining to us now?
Correct. That's part of the demonstration and presentation.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay. So in this instance, at 10 a.m., which is shown in the top of the device there, we can see I visit firstpage.com as an example website. At that time, a row is created in the database that shows row ID 1 with the timestamp 10 a.m. when the page was opened. The URL and the title are relevant to the page that was visited, so firstpage.com. A minute later, excuse me, I now use the same tab to visit secondpage.com. What actually happens in the database at this point in time is the first record is updated with new information. So we continue to see row ID 1. We continue to see the timestamp that the tab was opened at 10 a.m. And we now see the URL and the title that are related to the secondpage.com website. So I've shown it here. The first one is red to show that's no longer a live record. It's been replaced by the new record that's underneath it in black. A minute later again, I can visit thirdpage.com. And at that point, the record's updated a further time. So we still see that it's row ID 1, because no new rows are being created. We're just simply updating the existing rows. So we still have row ID 1, we still have 10 a.m. as the timestamp, and we have the URL and the title that show thirdpage.com instead.
Mr. Whiffin, so in the URL column, there are 3 different searches?
Yes, this is 3 different pages that have been visited within the same tab.
And in the data, it has 3 timestamps, but they're all the same.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
This database is not monitoring web navigation events. It's purely monitoring the tab events. So when the tab's brought into focus or when the tab's created is the only timestamp that's relevant here.
Thank you.
From a non-forensic point of view, if I was looking at this database in a regular database viewing tool, all I would see is the black record at the bottom. I wouldn't see the other 2 records because they've been essentially overwritten by the third record. If I was to use a forensic tool, though, then I would see all of these records because the forensic tool is designed to find the older versions of these records that have been replaced. So again, from a forensic point of view, I would see all of these records, I would see all the different URLs, and I would see the same timestamp and the same row ID for all of them. This fundamentally changed in iOS 15, and I've tested this on multiple versions of iOS 15, 16, 17, and 18, including iOS 15.2.1, which is the same version of iOS installed on Jen McCabe's phone. In this case, the data is not written to the database immediately. So I've tried to show here that we have some in-memory variables, so essentially a short-term memory that the device knows exist, but aren't written to the database yet, so they're not written long-term. So in this case, if at 10 a.m. I go to firstpage.com, we see that the in-memory variable for timestamp URL and title are updated to show a 10 a.m. timestamp and the firstpage.com information. But you can see at the bottom, I still have the browser state tabs table, and nothing has been written to that database at this time.
So can I ask you a question about this browser state DB? What does that mean? What does that tell us?
The browser state.db is just the name of the database that Apple are using to monitor the tab activity on the device.
Will a cell phone have a number of different databases it will send information to, or is it all one database?
There are hundreds or thousands of databases, depending on what applications are installed on the device. Each database typically targets a different application or a different feature.
Can information from a URL or a Google search or a Safari search, can it leave data on different databases, or does it always go to one database?
It can leave on different databases, for sure.
Thank you.
So again, to continue this example, if I now go to secondpage.com a minute later, we can see that now the in-memory variable is updated. So the timestamp still remains 10 a.m., the same as it did previously on iOS 14, but the URL and the title are updated to reflect the current web page that's being viewed. Again, nothing has been written to the browser state database. I can go to thirdpage.com. Again, we see the in-memory variables for the URL and the title are updated, but the timestamp still remains the time that this tab was brought into focus or created, not the time that the navigational event occurred. Still, nothing's been written to the browser state database. And it's not until you actually close the tab that the information gets removed from the in-memory variables and written into the database. And at that point, the information written to the database is whatever was in the in-memory variable. So right now, all we have is a single record in the database that shows the 10 a.m. timestamp. That's when the tab was opened. And we have the thirdpage.com URL and title information, which is the most recent web page visited in that tab. It wouldn't matter whether I was looking at this data using a regular database tool or a forensic database tool. The only record that I will see is this particular record. There may be multiple versions of this record, but still would only show me this timestamp and this URL information, because this is the only information that was ever committed to the database. Okay. Moving on from that, there was multiple databases or multiple data sources on Jen McCabe's phone that could be used to see what actually happened on the device at this time of day that was of interest. So the analysis I did looked at the browser state database that we've just described, the history database, which is what is tracking the navigational events. So every time you visit a website and the website fully loads, it gets written to the history database to say this URL was visited at this time. And that's the information that, as a user, you can see. When you look at the internet history in your device, it will list all of the web pages that have been visited. com.applemobilesafari.plist is a property list file, so essentially a list of values and information, keys and values that would describe various settings on the device typically. But it also stores information such as the last searches that were conducted using the Safari search feature. And then finally here we've got knowledgec.db, which is a massive database at the heart of iOS that stores lots of types of information. It can tell you what web page was actually on the screen at any given time. It can tell you when the backlight came on, when the backlight went off, when the device was locked or unlocked, the battery level, lots of different types of information, but useful here for the web pages that were being viewed. So using the combination of all those sources, I could see that at 2:27:29 a.m., Safari was opened from the application library on the device. At 2:27:29 a.m., when Safari opened, there was already numerous tabs open in the background. The browser would show in the foreground whatever browser tab was opened when Safari was previously minimized. In this case, we can see, looking at knowledgec.db, that the web page that was being viewed was related to Hockomock Sports Friday's schedule scoreboard. At around 2:27:30, that tab would have been closed. Now, we don't actually have a time that the tab was closed, but based on other activity, this timestamp can be inferred. But essentially, when this tab was closed, a record is created in the browser state database that shows the timestamp 1:59:44 a.m. That would have been the tab at the time that the tab took focus, and then the Hockomock Sports Friday schedule scoreboard URL. At 2:27:31, there was a browser switch occurred, and the last visited timestamp that's held in memory would have taken the time that this occurred, so 2:27:31. This URL was PayPal. There was no navigational event listed in history, so this wasn't a page that was visited from a bookmark or from typing in a URL. It was whatever was currently shown in that tab when the tab was brought into focus. And we know that this exact URL was last visited at 7:40 a.m. on the 28th of January. This is evidenced in browser state and in knowledgec. Around a second later, that tab gets closed, and that record gets written to the database with a time of 2:27:31, because that's the time the tab was brought back into focus. It gets written with the URL and the title information related to PayPal. At 2:27:33, another tab is brought into focus from the background. This one related to Eastern Bank. Again, the last visited timestamp would be updated because this tab has now been brought into focus, causing the timestamp to change. We know that this particular website was visited at 8:02 on the 27th of January, and there's no new navigational events at this time. So we know it's just brought into focus and visible on screen according to knowledgec and browser state databases. That tab gets closed and it gets written to the database. This, again, is going to show, and I've just noticed there's a typo on here and the timestamp at the top is shown incorrectly. But essentially, it's closed at around this time, and the Eastern Bank URL is written to the browser state database with the 2:27:33 timestamp. At 2:27:35, we see that there's a YouTube video shown on screen related to It's Raining Men. This shows in knowledgec. There's no new navigational event for it, but there's also no timestamp in the browser state database at this point. This is because this page is actually, or this tab is brought back into focus a second time, and when it gets brought into focus the second time, the timestamp that's attributed to it overwrites the timestamp that would have been written at this point. Sounds convoluted, but essentially, if you imagine that the in-memory timestamp here would have said 2:27:35, but then there's another tab that's brought into focus related to Hockomock Sports at 2:27:36.
Mr. Whiffin, can I ask you a couple questions?
Yes.
This timestamp 2:27:36, does that indicate the time when this tab was actually opened?
Yes. The time that the tab was brought into focus or opened.
What does it mean brought into focus?
If you imagine you could have 5 or 6 or however many tabs in the background, you select one of those tabs to view, it makes it full screen, that would be considered in focus, and that would cause the timestamp to be updated.
So if someone had an open tab that had a timestamp, and then they put it in the background to look at a different tab, but then went back to an earlier tab and opened it, would it create a new timestamp?
It would update the timestamp.
If somebody had an open tab and they didn't put it in the background, but they used other functions or shut off the phone, and when they came back, that tab was still open, would that create a new timestamp?
As long as Safari doesn't close, then the timestamp will remain the same. So if I just minimize Safari, put it into the background, and start to do other things on my phone, the timestamp won't get updated. If I completely close Safari or turn the phone off, when Safari reloads, then that tab does get a new timestamp when it opens up again.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so at 227.36, we've got Hockomock Sports, Gallery Shoots, Canton Girls, Basketball to Important Win at Mansfield is the page that is visible on screen. Again, we know that there's no navigational event at this time, so the page is not being loaded as a result of a bookmark or typing the URL in. It's just showing what was on screen previously, and we know that this page was previously viewed at 22:55 on the 27th of January. This tab gets closed and gets written to the database as well, and we see it's written with the timestamp 227.36 when the tab was brought into focus. And then we go back to the YouTube video tab. So at this point, the timestamp that had been written there gets overwritten again with 227.38, and it shows the YouTube video is the active page that's on the screen. At around 227.39, that tab gets closed, and the record is written to the database showing a timestamp of 227.38 when the tab took focus, and the YouTube video URL. Then we move to 227.40, which was the time of interest, and we see that a browser switch occurs, causing the last visited timestamp to take on the time of 227.40. This is the tab that was ultimately used to search Hoss Long to Die in Cold, which is the query that started all of the confusion. At this point in time, there is no navigational events recorded anywhere. All we see is that the web page that was brought into view is ozonebasketball.com/teams. This web page was last visited at 14 minutes after midnight on the 26th of January. We know that this is on screen because it tells us that in Knowledge C, and we know that the time is 227.40 based on Knowledge C timestamps and based on the browser state database timestamp. At 227.42, there is a web navigation event. Whether this is loaded from a bookmark or whether it's typed in, I can't say, but a web navigation event occurs using the same tab that's just been loaded, and now the user is loading the web page hockomocksports.com/standings. This is logged in the history database that shows what web page is visited when, and it also shows in the Knowledge C database to show what web page is on screen at this time.
Mr. Whiffin, in the slide before 227.40, you mentioned that was the tab in question.
Yes.
Do the following pages that you show us in the PowerPoint follow that one specific tab?
Yes.
Thank you.
So at 227.47, there's another web navigation event as the web page hockomocksports.com/schedules is loaded. Again, this is evidenced in the history database to show that a navigation event occurred and completed, and in Knowledge C to show that this is the web page that was viewable on screen. At 227.53, there's a further web navigation event where we're now now loading the page hockomocksports.com/schedules/girls hockey. Again, this is evidenced in the history database and the Knowledge C database to show what page loaded and what page was visible on screen. At 227.58, there's a further navigational event for girls hockey Franklin 21-22. Again, this is logged as a navigational event in the history database and shown on screen according to the Knowledge C database.
So I understand these are all subsequent searches on the same open tab.
Correct.
Your Honor.
Are these
Sustained as to form.
Are these all subsequent searches on the same single open tab?
There is no tab switch event listed. We see the tab switch event occur at 227.40, and then we see lots of navigational events occur.
Thank you.
At 228.06, Safari is minimized, so it's removed from focus so that something else could be viewed, or the phone is locked.
Is remove from focus different than closing?
Correct. If you remove it from focus, it's essentially going into the background, but it's still open. It's in its current state, just in the background, versus if you close it completely and have to reload it later on. So in this particular state, the timestamp doesn't get changed. The timestamp remains 227.40 as it was earlier. Safari is then not used again until 6:23:37, when it's opened from the background using the icon in the app library. At this point, when it loads up, the same page that was open when Safari was minimized is shown. So we still see hockenmocksports.com/schedules/girls hockey/Franklin/2021-2022. There's no navigational event at this point, so we know that it wasn't completely reloaded. It's just showing what was on screen previously, and it's evidenced in the Knowledge C database. At 6:23:49, there's a cache file created. The cache file is related to how long to digest food. Now, these particular cache files show up as suggestions in Safari. So as you're typing in a query or a word or a URL, for example, Safari tries to take that information and make suggestions based on what it thinks you might be searching for. So if, for example, you were to type in how long to die with the word spelled just DI, Safari can mistake that for how long to digest food, and it could present this information. And up until about 12 months ago, this is the information that was provided by Safari if you were to do this search. If you were to type in how long to DI, you would get the result that's shown at the top of this screen with an image of somebody eating a plate of food. And this is the image that was cached onto Jen McCabe's phone at 6:23:49.
What does cache mean?
Essentially, downloaded now for use later. It will download it, it will save it in case it's required again. If it is, it doesn't need to download it, it's already there. If it's not required again, eventually it will be deleted.
So is it stored information from prior events that's available in case the device thinks you're looking for it?
Yes, so at this point in time, at 6:23:49, when it downloaded it, that's the first time that it's downloaded this image, and it stores it. If an hour later, for example, I did the same search a second time, it wouldn't need to re-download the image because it's already got it in cache. So this, the creation time of this image shows that this is the first time that this cache file was downloaded. A few seconds later, at 6:23:51, the blue button at the bottom of the keyboard is used to submit a search for the term how long tid I in CIKD, CIKD. This creates a specific URL in Safari, which is shown on screen here. So google.com/search how long tid I in CIKD, IE UTF-8, OE UTF-8. Client Safari is the important part of this string that tells us that it's a query that's made using Safari. This is different to if I visited Google, for example, and just typed in the search text box in Google. It wouldn't necessarily have this same structure of the URL. So we know that this is the query created by submitting a search using the search bar here and pressing the blue button at the bottom. We know that that search was conducted at 6:23:51 according to the information in mobilesafari.plist. And Knowledge C also shows that this page was visible. Importantly, there is no history record made that shows that a navigation actually occurred to this website. Several reasons why that might happen. One could be if the device was in private browsing mode. However, it can't have been in private browsing mode because if it was, we wouldn't have the search recorded in the mobile Safari plist either. So we know it wasn't in private browsing. It could have been deleted at some point after the fact. That would leave a gap in the numbering. Every time a record is written, it would be consistent numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And to delete a number would leave a gap there, so you would see 1, 2, 4, 5, and that number will pretty much never be reused. So if you don't see a gap, then you can be confident that nothing was deleted, and there are no gaps on this device. The third reason, and the one that I believe is the reason why it wasn't recorded in the database is that the page never completely loaded. If I go to a web page and cancel the navigation prior to it completing the load, it will never get written to the history database. At 6:24:18, there's a second search submitted using the same method, so still using the Safari search bar, this time searching for host long to die in cold. This is evidenced in the mobile Safari.p list. Again, there is no record made in the history database that to me suggests that the page never successfully loaded. At 6:24:24, Safari is minimized again. It gets reopened at 10:33:33 a.m., again loaded from the app library and brought into focus. And at that point, the previous page is shown to the user. That previous page is related to the search host long to die in cold. This is evidence in knowledge C to show that this is the page that's visible on screen, but there is still no history event that shows that the page completely loaded. And at around that time, so around 10:33:34, that tab would have been closed, resulting in the record being written to the browser state database with the timestamp 2:27:40, when that tab was originally brought into focus several hours earlier, but it shows the most recent URL information, which is the Google search for host long to die in the cold. It doesn't have any of the other URL information that was visited during that time period. It doesn't have the previous Google search for how long to die in the Kikti, because all it records is the most recent URL that's visited alongside the original time that the tab took focus. Importantly here, there is no title information. The title information is included within the page itself. So if you do a Google search, the title of the page that showed up would show Google search, and then it would show the query that you typed in to search for. The fact that this doesn't have a title also suggests that the page never loaded. So again, it kind of ties back to the fact that it's not written in the history database. We have no title. It's both indicative that the page never successfully loaded.
Mr. Whiffin, when a tab is ultimately closed, does the URL always have the last search, or could it show an earlier search?
It will always be whatever URL is visible in the tab at the time.
Thank you.
To overview again the data sources used here, com.apple mobile safari.p list is known to be a reliable location to get search timestamps from. We know that it's good to show the time that a search was conducted and what search was conducted. It doesn't record if the device is in private browsing mode. The only time it shows how long to die in the Kikti is at 6:23:51, and the only time it shows host long to die in the cold is at 6:24:18. There's no other mentions of either of these searches anywhere else in this file. The history database, again, is known to be a good source of data for visited web pages and timestamps for the pages that completely loaded. Again, in this case, neither of these searches or neither of these URLs was in the history database, but there are no missing records, which indicates that nothing was deleted. And again, the only reason that I can come up with for why that is the case is that the page didn't load. There must be an entry within this database to allow the user to delete it. Obviously, if the page doesn't load, it doesn't get written to the history. As a user, you can't see that item in your internet history list, so you can't delete it. And then knowledge C, which shows the page that's on the screen when the browser is in use. Again, we know that this is a good timestamp, and we see the only times that web pages related to these web searches were open is at 6:23 and at 10:33. There were multiple deleted records in the browser state database. It wasn't just the record for host long to die in the cold.
When you say there's multiple deleted records, can you go into a database and see what URL searches have been deleted from the actual item?
Yeah, so from a forensic examiner point of view, and using forensic software, I can look at the database and see the records that have been deleted and recovered. There does become a time when you're unable to recover any more records and they're now just purely deleted and unable to get back. But at this point, I was able to recover a good number of records. And these were the 5 that I thought it was important to focus on for here. You can see that 3 of them occur at 227. So at 227.36, 227.38, 227.40. And these are the web pages that we've just seen in the presentation. So Hockomock Sports, the YouTube video, Hostel Long to Die in the Cold. And then 2 additional pages for cantonma.org and Ozone Basketball. The way that we're able to recover these records forensically is because of how databases work. What I've tried to display here is that when you first create a record, in this case creating record 4025, a new page is created in the database. A page is simply a block of binary data that's organized in a way that can be understood by the database as a page of data, much like it would be a ledger with a list of records. So it creates frame 181 with page 2752 and the record 4025. What is a little bit different from if you were doing this manually is when you want to add a new record, or when you want to delete a record, or when you want to update a record, it has to create an entirely new page, or an entirely new version of that page. So in this case, we see that frame 194 is also page 2752. It duplicates the record 4025 and adds the record 4026. From the database's point of view at this time, frame 181 is now dead, like it won't be used for anything. And a regular database tool would only refer to the most recent version of that page, so frame 194. Forensically, I can look back at all of these different versions of the page and I can start to see differences. Not so important in this case when all that's happening is that you're adding information, but when you start to delete or edit records, being able to go backwards and see these previous pages, you can see the records that have been changed or deleted. So as we're moving along all of these pages, each of these refer to a time when a new record was added. Every time a new record is added, a new frame is created, it duplicates the page from before, and it adds the new record. I've highlighted record 4028 in green across these 3 frames because this is the Hostel Long to Die in Cold record that is of interest. Moving forward again, we continue to see records being added, but particularly here at frame 430, record 4029 is deleted. 4029, if I go back a few slides, we can see 4029 is the cantonma.org families index webpage. As far as I know, no relevance to anything related to this case. It just so happens this is the first record deleted from the browser state database. We don't have information that tells us at what time the record's deleted, but we're able to infer what time that record was deleted based on other records in this frame. So for example, we know that at the time that record 4029 was deleted, record 4031 already existed. Record 4031 has a timestamp of 6:29 on the 31st of January. Therefore, we can summarize that record 4029 had to be deleted at some point after 6:29 on the 31st of January. We see again record 4030 is deleted on frame 468. Again, we can look at what record was the most recently created on that frame at the point that that record was deleted. And that gives us information that suggests record 4030 had to have been deleted at some point after 8:35 on the 31st of January. We can continue to go along and continue to see that records being added, edited, and deleted, but the record of interest 4028 still exists, even on frame 650. And in fact, it doesn't get deleted until frame 732. By the time the record related to Hoss Long dying in the cold is deleted, record 4037 already exists. Record 4037 was created after 2207 on the 31st of January. Therefore, we know that the Hoss Long to die in the cold record was deleted at some point after 10 p.m. on the 31st of January. Taking all of those deleted records, those 5 deleted records, and the earliest time that they could have possibly been deleted, we see a spread throughout the 31st of January. Like a few quite early on at 6:29 and 8:35, a couple at 9:20, 9:40, and then finally the one that we're interested in at 22:07. For the user to cause these to be deleted, if you wanted to do it selectively and delete one at a time, the record has to be available in the history database. As I said earlier, it wasn't ever in the history database because there'd be a gap. So this record could not have been deleted by the user selectively. That leaves options of deleting everything from the history, but if everything was deleted, we would have none of this information, and we do. And it also leaves the option of deleting everything from what's considered today and everything that's considered today and yesterday. And again, if either of those options were the case, we'd have much less information than what we have, and we wouldn't see this staggering of timestamps that we see here where the information was deleted. Ultimately, I wasn't able to say what caused these deletions at these particular times, but I'm confident that it wasn't as the result of user interaction. That's something that was brought on purpose.
Mr. Whiffin, I have a couple questions about your analysis and your opinions.
Yes.
You showed us a tab that was opened at 2:27:40, and it had something to do with Hawkmock Sports.
Yes.
In your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, was that the same tab, that 2:27:40 tab opened for Hawkmock Sports, was that the same tab that later was used for searches or attempted searches at 6:23:51 and at 6:24 relative to how long or how's long to die in cold?
I believe it was, yes.
Does your opinion, is it based on your analysis of reports generated by software like CellBrite?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Was your opinion limited to analysis of reports generated by companies like CellBrite or Axiom?
It wasn't, no. I went into the data, looked at the various different databases, different files that were in use, tested it across many different devices to make sure that my understanding and analysis of it was correct.
In addition to your opinion that the two searches at 6:23 and 6:24 occurred at that time as opposed to 2:27:40, did you also, when analyzing the data, come to an opinion whether or not either of those searches actually connected and produced results?
If either of those searches had connected, the information would have been written into the history database. The fact that it wasn't in the history database strongly suggests it never completely loaded. And the fact that there is no title information on the browser state tab as well also suggests it never loaded.
And finally, those attempted searches at 6:23, 6:24, you mentioned that information at some point was deleted from the phone?
The only records that were deleted were the browser state database records. Yeah, they were deleted from the device.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether or not that information was removed as a natural application of the phone, or was it because somebody took the phone and actually deleted it by hand?
So again, I don't believe it's possible, given the situation and the information that's available, that it would have been possible for the user to delete it. I believe it was more than likely a system event that caused that, but I've not been able to replicate that system event.
I want to take you back to your first opinion, where you opine that the how's long to die in the search occurred at 6:23 and 6:24, not at 2:27:40.
Yes.
And so, in looking at the data, coming to that opinion, what caused the confusion with the software where it could be misunderstood the time those searches were actually made?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
The way that forensic software typically works, certainly the way that Physical Analyzer works, is we design models for the data. So we know that an SMS application, for example, will always have a message body. It will always have a sender, a receiver, a time, that kind of thing. We always know that a web visit will have a URL, a title, and a visited timestamp. In this particular case, in the database, the timestamp is called last visited timestamp, which is indicative, you would think, of the time that the web page was visited. So when that information was being modeled within the software, the timestamp that was within the database was used, and it was called last visited timestamp. Since the investigation that I did into this case, I requested that the forensic research team at CellBrite revisit this data and confirm if there's confusion around it. Were my findings correct ultimately? There are times that that information can be correct. If, for example, you create a brand new tab, visit a website, and then close the tab immediately, then that timestamp would be indicative of the time that the URL was visited. But if you were to create a tab, use it for 3 hours, and then close it, the timestamp would not be indicative. Also, if you were to bring an old tab into focus that you'd used several days earlier and then close that tab, again, you're going to get bad timestamp information. So ultimately, from CellBrite's point of view, we removed the timestamp from that data to avoid confusion in the future.
You shared with us that the URL for the 623 and 624 attempted searches ultimately was removed from the device.
Yes.
Would it be fair or accurate to say there were over 4,000 deleted files from the phone, or there was 4,000 deletions from the phone?
There were many.
Your Honor.
Sustained
Okay.
as to form.
Would it be accurate to say that the only deletion from that phone was that 623, 624 search?
No, there were thousands of records deleted ultimately for various reasons that I can follow.
That would be an inaccurate assertion?
To say that that's the only record that was deleted is inaccurate, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm now going to turn to a second phone that you looked at.
Okay.
You told us that you looked at two phones. The second one was a phone that was, or is attributed to John O'Keefe.
Correct.
When you looked at the phone for John O'Keefe, were you looking at things different than we looked at on the phone attributed to Jen McCabe?
I wasn't as interested in internet data. I was more interested in location and health and anything else that could be useful.
Before we show any presentation, I want to get a little understanding of what you looked for and what you found. Were you looking for what's called location data?
I was, yes.
Was there a period of time that was important that you were looking for relative to location data?
Typically after midnight and before 6 a.m.
Is that on January 29, 2022?
It is, yes, sorry.
How does a phone, like an iPhone, store location data?
Multiple ways that it can be stored. Primarily, there's a database called cache.sqlite. And every time an application requests location data from the device, a feature called location services on iOS tries to calculate the device's location using a combination of technologies, GPS, Wi-Fi, cell tower, and Bluetooth. calculates the device's location and stores that into the database as a latitude, longitude, altitude, timestamp, accuracy radius, information like that.
Are there different types of location data that are captured and stored on a device like an iPhone?
Can you define different types, please?
I'm sorry?
If you could define what you mean by different types.
The different sources of data that are generated that then captured on an iPhone.
Yes, so the application can specify how accurate it wants the data to be. So for example, if you're using a navigational application, you'd want high accuracy data. So the application would request high accuracy data from location services. Location services would then try to use GPS primarily to get location information. Versus if you were using a weather app, for example, where you don't really need to know precise information, you just need to know the approximate town maybe that the user's at. So a weather application would ask for low accuracy information, and the device may be able to calculate the location based on cell tower information, for example. Both can be stored in the database with the accuracy information that's available.
Would a application that is devoted to navigation in your programming experience typically have stronger data, location data information than a more general application like a weather app?
Yes, for sure. And Apple actually specify in their documentation, when they specify the various different accuracy levels, they have one for navigational purposes for map applications.
How do you define accuracy level from the different data that's being stored in a phone?
How do you mean, sorry?
Is there high level, middle, low?
Yes, the information is typically provided with a range of meters. So you'll have a latitude, longitude coordinate and a number of meters that you have to draw around that locational point. And the device is somewhere within that circle. It could be as accurate as 2 or 5 meters. It could be as inaccurate as several miles, depending on the technology that was used to get the data.
Are you familiar with an application called Waze?
I am, yes.
Tell us what Waze is.
Waze is a navigational tool, so you can plot a route and it will try to direct you the best way, avoiding toll roads, avoiding accidents, that kind of thing.
What is the level of accuracy in location information that is generated by using Waze?
That would be the highest level of accuracy. So it would aim to get GPS quality information of around 5 meter accurate.
So why doesn't a programmer in every application just use the highest level location data for every application?
Getting GPS data is not always possible. If you're in a building, in a basement, for example, you may not get that. But also, it can be expensive to the device in terms of processing power, in terms of battery requirements. So if it can find location information cheaper by using Wi-Fi networks, for example, then it would prefer to do that. So just a lot less resource intensive than using GPS all the time.
In order to capture the highest level of location data, the most accurate in an application such as Waze, if somebody's using Waze and then turns it off, does it still continue to capture that highest level of accuracy?
Typically not. It may do for a short time, as it's still kind of working through a backlog. But fundamentally, if there's no application open that's trying to use location services, then the location information that's being requested and recorded is far more sporadic. It's typically background applications that may be requiring location data.
When you analyze John O'Keefe's phone, in addition to the location data, did you also look into data known as health care data?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury how that works?
Yeah, so pretty much all iPhones for the last 10 years or so have Apple Health included. It monitors activity on the device, such as steps taken using various sensors inside the device, looking for motion which appears to be walking. It monitors altitude, so it knows whether you've gone up a flight of stairs, for example. It uses that information in concert with the the steps taken. So it knows the difference between going in an elevator versus walking a flight of stairs. And all that kind of information is available to you as a user to essentially see how far you walked each day and to monitor your own health.
When you look at healthcare data, you said it interprets it in different terms. One you used was steps. If I have an iPhone and I'm walking and it registers steps, can it tell what direction I went in?
No, it's purely just looking for motion of the gyroscopes, which appears to match the pattern that it expects of somebody who's walking. It doesn't know whether you're in a straight line, walking in zigzag circles, just number of steps.
What if I had my iPhone and I was moving the iPhone, but my feet weren't moving? Would it register?
It could register some, but typically it's relatively good at picking the difference between actually walking or throwing the phone around or shaking it.
The healthcare data, does it store with date and time?
So there's two locations that health data is stored. Primarily a database called healthdb_secure, and that aggregates the information into periods of time. So you may have a 10-minute period where it says 100 steps were taken. Now, it could be that the 100 steps were taken in the first 2 minutes, and then virtually nothing was done for 8 minutes there. But there's another database called Cache Encrypted C, which is more granular. It's where the information is written originally prior to it being aggregated and moved into the bigger health database.
You also mentioned that the healthcare data has a term known as steps.
Yeah.
If the movement registers as steps, would that necessarily mean that a person was walking up or down steps?
Sorry, we're talking about steps taken or flights climbed?
I'm sorry, flights climbed.
A flight climbed, according to Apple, is essentially an incline of 3 meters over 16 steps taken. So it wouldn't really matter whether it was walking up a flight of stairs, walking up a steep inclined hill, on an escalator, something like that. If there is movement that appears to be walking and an incline of 3 meters, then that would be considered a flight climb event.
Is there any other ways that the phone could register flights climbed, but the person's not actually walking up or down stairs?
So I did test this a few months ago, driving in my vehicle. I was able to, if I just put a phone on my dock as I'm driving around, nothing was recorded. But I found that if I was actually holding the phone while driving at the same time, then the natural suspension of the vehicle plus the movement of my arm would be considered enough to be steps. And if that motion happened while I was driving up a hill, it would also result in a flight climb event. And the testing that I did consistently resulted in, I think it was 9 flights of stairs climbed while I was driving up the same hill multiple times.
In your studies, what elevation change would have to be present if you were in a car with a phone and it would register healthcare data as steps? Is there a certain level of elevation that would trigger that?
Again, it's just a 3 meter incline is required.
Did you say 3 meter?
3 meter.
The healthcare data, in addition to being able to give a range of time of movement and defining generally terms, whether it's steps or stairs, is there any other information about healthcare data that is important in your analysis of this case?
Sorry, can you just repeat that, please? I'm
Sure.
just trying to think.
The healthcare data you shared tells us there's movement,
Yes.
and it may come in the term steps. You also shared that the healthcare data can show elevation. That can come in the term flights.
Yes.
Is there any other information about the healthcare data you looked at? Did you look at it across a wide range in this case?
No, it was just the steps and the flight climb that I was interested in.
What is the time period you looked at the healthcare data for in this case?
Between midnight and 6 a.m. or 6:30 a.m.
That's midnight on January
On January
29,
29th.
2022 till about 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And before we get to any presentations, did you see movement on that phone relative to healthcare data at different points through the night?
I did, yes.
And did you identify those different times in your report?
I did.
You created a PowerPoint for Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Are those time points and movements, are they indicated in the PowerPoint as well?
They are, yes.
So you had, with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you looked at location data, you looked at healthcare data. Is there any other data you found important in your analysis to try to track the movements or non-movements of the phone of John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I've also looked at battery temperature information and at a feature called Doppler, which is monitoring for Face ID.
Tell us a little bit about the battery temperature. Is it the battery temperature of the phone or part of the phone?
There's a battery temperature sensor built inside the phone within the battery, and it's essentially always checking for battery overheats or battery cooldowns to the point where performance will be affected and the device needs to power off to save itself being damaged. So that temperature information isn't recording ambient temperature. It's not interested in the temperature in the room, for example. It's purely interested in the battery temperature. But it is affected by ambient temperature. And I, again, did lots of testing by putting the phone into controlled temperature environments, so inside a freezer for a set amount of time, to monitor how the battery temperature would decrease over time, given the environment it was in. Bringing it back into a warm environment and testing how long it takes to increase. Putting the device outside. I live in Calgary, where it's pretty cold in winter. So putting it outside, it was like 40 Fahrenheit, I think it calculates to. And the temperature of the environment had a big impact on the battery temperature that was recorded by the device.
Were you able to track the changes in battery temperature for Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone over the course of the evening from after 12 on January 29, 2022 through after 7, 8 in the morning?
Yes, there wasn't a massive number of records, but there were records that I've included in my report.
In addition to those three areas, when a person uses an iPhone and presses the buttons, or they hold it and they try to open it by recognizing their face, what is that process called?
The Face ID would be the process for the unlocking, and then the locking, pressing the button on the side would lock the device.
When an iPhone is being used, does it act or operate differently when it's out in the open or if it's in your pocket or under something?
Yes, so this is the Doppler function that I found within a feature called Unified Logs. Essentially, whenever the device receives a phone call or when you pick up the device, an iPhone X or above is trying to find a face to use to unlock the device. If the camera is blocked, a record is made to say that it's within a pocket state. So if my phone's in my pocket, when somebody calls me, it tries to look for a face, it immediately recognizes that the camera's blocked, and it records pocket state. As soon as I take the phone out of my pocket or unblock the camera, it records a pocket state cleared event. So we know when the camera was covered up versus when it was uncovered, if at the time it was receiving a phone call or was being picked up.
Does an iPhone always record whether or not the camera was blocked or hidden or covered at the time a call comes in?
No. For example, if the device is already unlocked, then it won't make a recording to say that it was within a pocket state or a pocket state cleared. And if the device isn't blocked at all, so if I have the device on a desk in front of me, for example, and a call comes in, there'll be no record that says that it's in a pocket state or a pocket state cleared. It will only record a pocket state event if the camera's blocked, and it will only record a pocket state cleared event if the camera was blocked and now isn't.
So if I have my iPhone and I put it inside my jacket in the darkness and I get 30 calls, would all of those calls result in a reading of pocket state?
They'd all result in multiple readings of pocket state. The pocket state check is conducted more than once a second. I can't remember the exact number, but it's very frequent. And an average phone call from the start of the ring to when the device essentially hangs up, somewhere in the region of 500 checks. So if you had 10 phone calls, then you'll have 5,000 checks made that would all report pocket state.
Did you analyze John O'Keefe's phone on the evening, early morning hours through the next morning on January 29, 2022, in an attempt to identify where he was, what he was doing, and whether his phone was inside or outside?
That was my goal, yes.
And did you engage in that analysis, sir?
I did.
And in your efforts, did you write a report?
I did.
Did you write multiple reports on these separate issues?
I did.
And those reports are provided to everybody?
Yes.
In addition to the reports that you generated from your study, did you present or did you prepare a PowerPoint?
I did.
Does the PowerPoint outline some of those points?
It does.
At the end of the PowerPoint, do you go through a timeline accumulating many of these pieces of evidence together that show them in a chronological sequence?
I do.
And does that help capture the movement or non-movement of John O'Keefe's phone through that night?
I believe it does.
Nora, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a binder, sir. Could you look at it? Let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, this is the presentation that I created regarding John's phone.
And does it include some of the subject areas we just spoke about?
It does.
I'd move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
39.
Thank you. With the court's permission, Mr. Whiffin, referring to Exhibit 39, I'd like you to walk us through John O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th,
Okay.
2022.
Yes.
Thank you. So I start the presentation with location data. As I mentioned earlier, this comes from the cache.sqlite database, which is considered the most reliable location or the most reliable file for location data on an iOS device. Stores information whenever location information is requested. That could be through user interaction with the device using something like Waze. It could be background activity, just depending on what applications the user has open, what settings the user has chosen. It's constantly trying to find its location and recording it in this database, partly for the purposes of identifying frequent locations. At 12 minutes and 5 seconds after midnight, the device shows multiple location points at Washington Street around Forge Pond. What I've tried to show here, there's a kind of a gold dot in the middle, which would show the actual latitude, longitude information. And then the circle around it is what's considered the accuracy radius. The smaller the accuracy radius, obviously the more accurate the information is believed to be according to the device. But ultimately, if the device is anywhere within that circle, then iOS would consider it correct. It considers it an accurate record.
Mr. Whiffin, why are there multiple circles of location data for one point where Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was?
So this wasn't a single point in time. This was multiple records at around 12 minutes and 5 seconds. No application was actually in use at this time requesting location information, but the device, for whatever reason, recorded multiple records with various degrees of accuracy. Typically, you would see accuracy start quite low and get better over time, which you may have seen on your own device when you open up the map application, and it may show your device close to where you are, but not perfectly where you are, and then wait a few seconds, and that information gets refined. Essentially, this is the same thing.
So low accuracy would be a wider circle, and higher accuracy would be a smaller circle?
Correct.
At this point, Mr. O'Keefe is not utilizing Waze on his phone,
Correct.
but location data is still being stored randomly on the phone from multiple different sources?
It is, yeah. Depends on the device itself.
In the top left-hand corner, it says 12:05. That's the time that this snapshot?
Yes.
Okay. And
In
then
this
below
case, approximate.
and below it's obviously the date.
Yes.
Okay, could you take us ahead, please?
There were multiple records between that last time and what's shown on screen now at 19 minutes and 33 seconds. But all of the records were sporadic and low accuracy with values of 1,000 meters or more. But around this time, around 19 minutes and 33 seconds after midnight, is when WAIS was actually brought on screen. WAIS starts to ask for high accuracy data, so we see the accuracy immediately start to improve. So again, we see relatively low accuracy data to begin, and then over the next few seconds, it begins to refine itself until it gets down to a 5-meter accuracy records as the device continues up here. We'll highlight that there's a cluster of records here as the device came to either a slow or a stop momentarily. Multiple records were created, and then the device continued driving up Dedham Street.
Mr. Whiffin, below the time, 12:19:33, in the date, talks about the average accuracy,
Yes,
and that's in meters?
that's in meters. So again, the records that are shown at the bottom here are around 55 meters. The records shown at the top are around 5 meters.
Is it typical in ways that once it locks in, the range is around 5 meters?
Typically, yes. That would be the goal.
You also mentioned the average speed. Where do you learn the speed from? Where does that data come from?
The database, the cache SQLite database also calculates the average speed between two data points, and also the bearing or the direction of travel between those 2 points. So the average speed that's shown here on the left is approximately the average of all of the records that are shown on this map at the time. And each of these map points has a directional arrow that points in the direction that the database recorded the device was traveling in.
When you look at this information generated because of the usage of WAIS, and you can see both the accuracy and the speed, with the WAIS information at its most accurate, can you actually tell whether the vehicle is moving or whether it stops?
Yes, based on the speed and the location and the timestamps, you can determine whether the device is moving or stopped.
Okay, thank you.
Also important to, I think, point out here, in terms of knowing how reliable this location information is, I typically look at something along the lines of, does the location think it's accurate? In this case, 5 meters, so yes. Does it make sense? Like, it's on the road, it's on the correct side of the road. So again, it kind of makes sense. It fits the pattern of the road. The cadence and the speed are, what you would expect for this road, like traveling at 20 to 30 miles an hour up here seems quite reasonable. So all of these factors taken together increase my confidence that this would be reliable location data. Moving to the next slide, between 20 minutes and 19 seconds and 21 minutes and 58 seconds after midnight, the device starts on the left side, on the right side at Dedham Street, drives up and turns left onto Maplecroft Road. Again, we see that all of these location points match the pattern of the road layout. They all have a consistent cadence, a consistent speed, traveling at between 10 and 20 miles an hour. And we see a cluster of records here, which is around a stop sign. So again, it indicates how reliable the data is because the location, or the location data that's recorded recognize the vehicle slow, come to a stop, and then continue after the stop sign.
Is Maplecroft Road in Canton?
Yes. At the end of Maplecroft Road, the device turned left onto Oakdale Road and continued heading down there. Between the hours of 21 minutes and 59 seconds and 22 minutes and 53 seconds, the device continues down Oakdale Road. Again, all of these location points show with 5 meter accuracy. They show a consistent cadence, consistent pattern to the road. And again, we see a cluster where we see the device come to a slow or a stop for a stop sign. The device ultimately turns right onto Cedar Crest Avenue, I believe, and continue down there between 22 minutes and 54 seconds and 23 minutes and 57 seconds. Again, as I've said before, all of these points, 5 meter accurate, they all conform to the road. The cadence is good, and again, we see a cluster on approach to a stop sign. The device shows that it overshot Fairview Road and continued turning up Cedar Crest, but came to a stop somewhere between 50 and 51. And at 23 minutes and 58 seconds, the device appears to have turned around, so potentially a 3-point turn, in order to head back down Cedar Crest Road and turn right onto Fairview Road. Again, accuracy 5 meters, good cadence, good conformity to the road. All appears to be reliable and makes sense, traveling at an average of 20 miles an hour.
And that road coming down at the bottom of the screen where John O'Keefe's phone travels, that's Fairview Road?
This is Fairview Road here, yes. The next few slides replay that same data, but instead of showing multiple points on one graph or on one map, it's going to show one location point per slide. So at 24 minutes and 20 seconds, we see the device is already on Fairview Road. Accuracy of 5 meters, traveling at 14.8 meters and heading south. 24 minutes and 21 seconds is now at 16.2 meters, but it's still highly accurate information. 24 minutes and 22 seconds, traveling at 18.3 miles an hour. 24 minutes and 23 seconds, traveling at 16.9. 24 minutes and 24 seconds after midnight, traveling at 16.9. 24 minutes and 25 seconds, traveling at 16.6. 24 minutes and 26 seconds, traveling at 17. 24 minutes, 27 seconds, traveling at 15.9 miles an hour. And at 24 minutes and 28 seconds, traveling at 14.5 miles an hour, at which point it's approximately outside number 34, around the driveway area. 24 minutes and 29 seconds, traveling at 12.1 miles an hour. 24 minutes and 30 seconds, traveling at 11.5. 24 minutes and 31 seconds, traveling at 10.4. 24 minutes and 32 seconds, traveling at 8.9. 24 minutes and 33 seconds, traveling at 7. 24 minutes and 34 seconds, traveling at 5.2. And 24 minutes and 35 seconds, traveling at 3.5. 24 minutes and 36 seconds, traveling at 3.2 miles an hour. And at 24 minutes and 37 seconds, traveling at 1.4 miles an hour. Finally, the device comes to a complete stop at 24 minutes and 38 seconds. I'll say from the testing that I've done related to the speed, it may not be 100% accurate, but it's a very good indicator of the speed in general. So if it says it was traveling at 10 miles an hour, it would have been traveling at somewhere between 9.5 and 10.5 on average.
Mr. Whiffin, you just showed us the travel of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone around 12:24 to 12:24:38 on January 29, 2022, and you said at 12:24:38 it came to a complete stop.
Yes.
Before that complete stop, was the car continuously moving at some speed?
Yes, this is the first record that shows 0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second. Prior to this, there was always a record that showed some level of speed.
If you look at number 34 on that chalk, if you can highlight it, please. Okay. If the driveway were at the right side, the top side of the house.
Yes.
Does your studies indicate that the vehicle, or at least the phone, traveled past the driveway before it stopped?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it non-leading, please.
Did this car, or the phone that was in the car, ever stop at the driveway of that address?
No, according to the location and the speed data from the device, by the time it was approximately the driveway, the phone reports it was still traveling at around 15.9 miles an hour.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that address?
I have.
You have or have not?
I have.
You have. And in that address, do you see on the far left corner of that address, the yard, there's a flagpole?
Yes.
Where this car stops, or this phone stops at 12:24:33, how close is the phone to that flagpole?
I believe very close.
And do you ever see the car or the phone stop anywhere near that driveway?
No.
Please continue.
Between 24 minutes and 39 seconds and 25 minutes and 8 seconds, there were a cluster of more records, all showing 5-meter accuracy, but no movement. Although the center point does move around a little bit, you could interpret this as movement, but because all of the radiuses or radii overlap, there's also a good chance that there's no movement that actually occurred here. This is just the device as it's trying to refine its location. At 25 minutes and 30 seconds, we see a relatively significant change where the accuracy drops to 34 meters. We do see a course or a bearing that shows that the device reported it was heading west. But again, this accuracy radius includes the previous locations anyway. So it's difficult to differentiate between actual movement based on this location data or just on the fact that the accuracy reduced, the center point shifted because of that accuracy change, and therefore a bearing was attributed to it when it shouldn't have been.
If I could ask you some questions about the chalk on that indicates 25 minutes, 30 seconds, so 12:25:30. The circles become larger.
Correct.
Is Waze still being used, or has Waze been stopped?
No, Waze has been closed at this point for about 40 or 50 seconds.
For how long, sir?
About 40 or 50 seconds.
This location data, or this circle, the perimeter, that's not coming from the Waze application anymore?
No, the location data never came from the Waze application. Waze was requesting location data. iOS is responding to that request, and as part of that response, would write the information to its database. Waze itself records very little location data.
So when you look at that circle, based on location data alone, could the phone be anywhere within that circle?
Correct.
There is a bullet pinpoint center of that circle.
Yes.
That center of the circle doesn't necessarily mean that the phone is at that exact location, does it?
It doesn't, no. The center point is purely an indication of where you need to draw the center in order to draw the radius. If we didn't have a center point, how would you know where to draw this circle?
And so the phone could be anywhere in that circle, close to 34, inside 34, 32.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it non-leading, please.
Could the phone be anywhere in that circle?
It could.
Could it be at the center point?
It could.
Could it be still in the car?
It could.
Continue, please.
Between 25 minutes and 31 seconds and 25 minutes and 36 seconds, there's an additional cluster of location data, ranging between 61-meter accuracy and 17-meter accuracy. All of them roughly centered on the same point, approximately, and all of the accuracy radius covers the same area. Like, there's so much overlap in these records that the device is essentially anywhere within the smaller circle. between 27 minutes and 35 seconds and 38 minutes and 15 seconds, there was approximately 50 low accuracy records. Again, the device wasn't being used to ask for location data. This is completely passive and resulting in some pretty poor location data. I've highlighted with the red arrow where the 34 Fairview Road is. And we can see, although a lot of these location data do overlap with that point, there are location information here that doesn't. At 38 minutes and 16 seconds, the accuracy improves again. Is now 18 meters accurate, but continues to show approximately the same location that we saw 10 or 15 minutes earlier, around the flagpole area. 38 minutes and 17 seconds, same general area, slightly higher accuracy information down to 14 meters. 38 minutes and 18 seconds, accuracy increased to 12 meters, shifted slightly. Now the flagpole area is essentially at the lower side of this circle. Obviously the top side of the circle now includes a part of 34 Fairview.
If the location information is indicated by the circle and the circle has shifted, does that mean necessarily the phone has moved?
Not necessarily. Typically, you could assume it has, but when we're already talking about accuracies of 12, 13, 14 meters, it starts to become a little bit harder to determine how accurate this data is. So at this point in time, it could be anywhere within this circle, and the movement of the center point could just be the result of refinement of the device or environmental conditions that suddenly change. If the weather changes, it could cause the device to slightly miscalculate or to calculate differently.
Would a snowstorm or a blizzard potentially impact the precision of location information that's not precise like Waze?
It definitely has the potential to, yes.
How about a phone being covered? Could that affect it?
That could also affect it, yes.
If somebody was lying on a phone, could that affect it?
That could affect it.
Could being in a building affect it?
It could.
Thank you.
Done that one at 38 minutes and 20 seconds. Again, refining information more. We've got an 8 meter accurate radius, still focusing primarily on the front yard towards the left side. And then accuracy of 7 meters at 38 minutes and 21 seconds, again showing that same general area. Between 40 minutes and 22 seconds and 59 minutes and 29 seconds, accuracy fairly drops off again, and we see some fairly wild records that don't cover the area at all. But we also see some more accurate records showing, again, where the red arrow points at Fairview Road. Those records are highlighted here, just between 40 minutes and 22 seconds and 59 minutes, 29 seconds, only showing records of 25 meter accuracy or better. And again, it's kind of focusing on that flagpole area. Between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., only looking at location information which is 25 meters accurate or better. Again, it kind of focuses around the front yard area, although some of these accuracies are still rather large and could put the device inside 34 on the opposite side of the street, towards 32. Between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., fairly similar story. Again, most of these points are centered around that same location at the front yard. Similarly, between 3 and 4 a.m., between 4 and 5, between 5 and 6. And in fact, if I take all of the location data between 25 minutes after midnight until 6 a.m., only looking at the records that report 10 meter accuracy or better, then typically they all focus around that same location at the front of the yard, nearish to where the flagpole can be found.
I'd like to ask you some questions about this photograph. There's a red circle with a bunch of red dots in the middle.
Yes.
Would those red dots indicate the center of some location that was captured at a particular point over that night?
Yes, so each of those center dots is the center of a 10-meter accurate or better location record. I chose to not show the accuracy radius circle on this image just purely because it makes it hard to see when you've got all these intersecting lines. But ultimately, if you were to draw a 10-meter radius around all of these points, they would all fall within the large red circle that's shown.
So this photograph was meant to take readings from the most accurate of the data throughout the night?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask it again differently, please.
Was this circle, did it include low frequency data?
No, this circle only includes 10-meter accuracy or better.
The fact that the center dots are in different spots, is that inconsistent with a phone being in the same place, not moving that entire night?
It could indicate movement, it could indicate refinement.
Is it impossible to tell?
It's impossible to tell at this level of detail anyway.
Are all of these dots, given the range, 10 meters or under, are all these dots and all these readings of the high frequency data that you compiled for that night, are they all consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's phone being near the flagpole and not moving that night?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to read it.
I think that's a reasonable assumption.
All right, this might be a good spot. Are you ready to move on to the next area, or you have any more questions about this?
Now would be a fine time, Your Honor.
All right. Folks, why don't we take our morning break, 15, 20 minutes? Mr. Whiffin, I'll see you back there for 15.
Thank you.
Jurors, please leave your notebooks for on the seat. Please rise for the jury. Scores in session, please be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Mr. Whiffin, before we go into the next subject area, I'd like to ask you about the location data. Based on your review of the location data, do you have an opinion whether the location data throughout the evening is consistent with John O'Keefe's cell phone being near the flagpole the entire night?
I believe it is, yes.
I asked you whether you had an opinion whether it was consistent with. I didn't ask you if you had an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. Are there other things that you looked at that you will consider in addition to the location data to have a more certain opinion?
There is.
And is the next thing that you considered Apple healthcare data?
It's the Apple Health data, yes.
We asked about it, or I asked you about it earlier on, but I just want to talk about it a little bit before you show us and present to us the data that you've compiled for us. Is Apple Health data different than when you have like an Apple Watch?
No, it's the same Apple Health data recording on the phone or the watch. The only difference is the sensors being used to do that monitoring. So if you're just using the phone, obviously you're only using the sensors in the phone. It's limited to steps walked and to altitude climbed. If you're wearing a watch, it can also do those things, but it can also add things like blood pressure monitoring and things like that.
Does Apple Health data require an internet connection?
It doesn't, no.
So it's all self-survives on the phone itself?
It is.
So without having an internet connection, it will still store the data?
Correct.
If I have an iPhone, is it storing health data even if I didn't ask for it to do so?
Yes. Unless you actively turn the feature off, it will by default try to track movement.
Is it something that is hidden that I wouldn't see unless I look for it?
No, there's an application for Apple Health, and then the settings are quite obvious in the settings screen.
Apple Health data tracks movement of the phone?
Correct.
When you were considering the Apple Health data in this case, did you begin looking for the Apple Health data before Mr. O'Keefe's phone began approaching Fairview Road?
Yeah, I started again at around midnight and looked at the health data up until 6:30 a.m. on the 29th.
The different points when you tracked Apple Health data, is that helpful even if you're only trying to isolate a certain point in time?
It can be, yes.
Does it help determine whether or not it was working properly, if it was?
It can determine whether it's working properly. It can determine an average kind of walking speed, for example, of a person, the average gait that the person may walk with, if that was important.
If a person has an iPhone and they're moving and it registers Apple Health data, and then they stop moving, and the healthcare data doesn't register because there's no movement, would the Apple Health data resume movement even if somebody else picks up the phone?
It would. The phone itself doesn't care who's carrying it. It just looks for movement.
So it doesn't identify the owner in order to register movement?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Does it identify the owner in order to register
Better
movement?
question.
It doesn't, no.
Could you turn to the next part of the data analysis that you did,
Yes.
please?
So the two sources that I got the Apple Health data from were a database called healthdb_secure.sqlite. This, as I said earlier, is the typical database that's used to store long-term information about the health activity that's been recorded. So this database can have years worth of steps taken, flights climbed, and any other kind of health data that's been recorded. The downside to that is that the information's aggregated, so you see chunks of time, and multiple activities can happen within those chunks of time. The cache encrypted C.SQLite database is much more temporary, but is much more granular, so we can see exact times that flights were climbed, for example, or at least you can see the exact time that the flight climb was recorded to the device. And then that information is aggregated into the larger chunk of time. So again, we might see within the cache encrypted C individual flight climb events that occurred, for example, 30 seconds apart. But by the time that information is written to the health DB secure, you're now looking at a 10-minute time period with 3 flight climb events, as opposed to 3 individual flight climb events with individual timestamps. Typically, that source is not used because the data is not stored there for very long. The information that I found on John's phone was essentially these 5 records. So between 11 minutes and 9 seconds and 21 minutes and 5 seconds, there were 170 steps recorded by the device.
Mr. Whiffin, I'm going to stop at each one and ask you some questions. At the time period between 12/11/09, 12/21/05, you don't have any independent information where John O'Keefe or his cell phone were, do you?
The location data that I showed to begin with on Washington Street was around 12 minutes after midnight. So the presumption is that's where the location was at that time. And then 21 minutes and 5 seconds, the device had already started using Waze. It was already driving along Dedham Street or had turned onto Maplecroft.
What time did you say that Waze was initiated?
It was approximately 19 minutes and 30 seconds-ish.
Thank you.
Again, we see at 21 minutes and 10 seconds until 24 minutes and 22 seconds, there are 80 steps recorded. And again, if you compare this to the location data, we know that the device was in a vehicle at this time. Between 22 minutes and 14 seconds and 24 minutes and 37 seconds, we have 3 flight climb events that are aggregated into that time period. And again, the location data shows that the device was traveling in a vehicle at that time.
Mr. Whiffin, you had showed us a slide of 2437 on January 29, 2022 in your PowerPoint presentation, noting at that time, 12/24/37, the phone in the car was still traveling at 1.4 miles per hour.
Correct. This is about a second before it came to a stop.
Can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that period of 12/22/14 to 12/24/37, Mr. O'Keefe, or at least Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, was still in that car?
Yes, the location data shows it was in the car at the time, and my next few slides will demonstrate why that was still recording a flight climb event while it was in a vehicle.
Thank you.
At 31 minutes and 56 seconds until 32 minutes and 16 seconds, there were 36 steps recorded. And then there was no further health activity recorded on the device for several hours until 4 minutes after 6 a.m. When 432 steps were recorded between the time of 6:04 and 6:11.
Let me ask you about that 12/31/56 to 12/32/16 time period. We can see larger ranges in the time period range. That is a smaller range comparatively.
Yes.
Okay. At 12/31/56, is that the beginning of the 36 steps?
Essentially, yeah, it takes the timestamps from the cache encrypted C, looks at when the first step occurred, looks at when the last step occurred, and aggregates the times based on that.
So 12/32/16 would be the last steps taken for that cell phone.
Correct.
And in between that time period, there's 36 steps. You shared earlier that it doesn't indicate the direction of the steps.
Correct.
Other than the movement that equates the steps, can it tell anything about what direction, the positioning, how the phone was moving?
It can't, no. It's just purely registered what it thinks are 36 steps.
Could it have been a straight line?
It could have been a straight
Could it
line.
have been somebody pacing?
It could have been,
Could it have been somebody moving and jumping?
yes. Jumping, if they were jumping forward, essentially.
After 12/32/16, when this phone took its last steps, it never moved again?
Objection, Your Honor.
Form of the question, sustained.
After 12/32/16, when this phone took its last steps, did it move again until 6:04:01 a.m.?
There were no more steps or flight climb or any other health activity recorded during that time.
Do you know what triggered movement at 6:04:01 a.m. of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I presume that the device was moving at that time, but I don't know the details of who.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike on
I'll strike it.
Please continue.
Okay. Regarding the flight climb events, looking at the cache encrypted C database, I was able to find more granular, accurate timestamps for these records. And I showed those timestamps on this map at the position that the device was, according to the location data at the time.
So you're going back to earlier in the evening now, 12:22:14
Correct.
to 12:24:37 when the phone stopped near the flagpole.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So we have the first record at 22:17, a flight climb event was recorded. I've highlighted that was a red line, and that equates to the red line that shows underneath the timestamp where the location was, where the device was at that time. The second record is 22 minutes and 32 seconds, showed with a green line, which shows over here. And then finally, 24 minutes and 37 seconds after midnight, shows with an orange line down here outside 34 Fairview. I'd like to point out that health activity events are recorded upon the event completion. The device doesn't know that you're about to walk up some stairs. It doesn't know that you're halfway up some stairs. It has to wait until you've reached the top in order to detect that an altitude change has occurred. So that change only gets written to the database once the flight climb has ended. I tested approximately 8 different phones, different models, different versions of iOS, and found that on average, there was a time difference between 15 and 50 seconds between when I physically stopped walking up a flight of stairs and when the record was made. So it's just based on the time that the device takes to pull the altitude, detect that an altitude difference has occurred, and then write the data to the database. So then I took that average data of between 15 and 50 seconds and plotted it onto this graph, which also plots the altitude of the device over time. So the red line here shows the time according to the cache encrypted C database where the first flight climb event was recorded at 22 minutes and 17 seconds. Working back 15 seconds from that to say that with the gap that I know exists between the flight climb ending and when the record's recorded, the flight climb event is presumed to have occurred within this red gradient area. The altitude information on the device shows that between those times, the altitude increased from around 41 meters to around 45 meters. You may recall earlier I said that it's a 3-meter incline that Apple considers a flight climb event. Therefore, the incline that occurred within this red gradient is sufficient to trip a flight climb event. When we look at the second record at 22 minutes and 32 seconds, this is shown on this chart as a green line, and again, working back 15 seconds and beyond to allow for the tolerance, we see the green gradient area. This shows an altitude change of around 45 meters to 48 meters. Again, that would be sufficient for a flight climb event to be recorded because we have 3-meter incline change. We then don't see an incline change for a while. All we see is the device going downhill until we get the record right at the end there at 24 minutes and 37 seconds. And again, working back around 15 seconds to the orange gradient, we see an increase from around 25 to 28, 29 meters. Again, that would be sufficient to cause a flight climb event to be recorded.
I'd like to ask you,
Sorry, I'll go back.
continue, and then I'll ask you, please.
Okay. I then compared that information to a topology website from the area, according to a topology website data, and plotted that out here. We see the red circle now is related to the first flight climb, the green circle to the second flight climb, and the orange circle to the third flight climb. The gradients that we see here are the same gradients that were shown on the previous graph. So the presumption is that within this red gradient is where the flight climb event occurred. Within the green gradient here is where the second flight climb event occurred, and within the orange gradient here is where the third flight climb event occurred. The white circles show the altitude of that particular location according to the topology website. So again, we see that for the red gradient, there's an increase from 43 to 47 meters. Between the green gradient and the green number 2, again, we're going from around 47 to 50 meters. And then with the orange gradient at the bottom, we've gone from around 26 to 28 meters. So fairly consistent with the data that was recorded on the device in terms of altitude information. And I would suggest is the reason that these flight climb events occurred.
Mr. Whiffin, there's 3 different times. The first is 12/22/17. At that time, was the Waze data app initiated?
It was.
And did that indicate whether or not Mr. O'Keefe or his phone were traveling in a car at that time?
It appeared to still be traveling in a car.
At 12/22/32, was the Waze data initiated and active?
It was, yes.
And at that time, does the data indicate that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was in a vehicle and moving?
It does.
And you showed us a slide finally from 12/24/37 that the vehicle was still moving 1.4 miles per hour.
Correct.
And was the Waze data initiated and active at that time, 12/24/37?
If I remember correctly, Waze had closed about 5 or 10 seconds earlier.
Now, based on your study of the Waze information, the location information, the topography, and the healthcare data, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether the indication on the healthcare data reflecting flights of stairs, do you have an opinion whether or not that was registered as a result of a person holding a phone walking upstairs or for some other reason?
Based on the location data, the health data, and the research that I did and the testing, I believe it is more likely that the device was in a vehicle traveling on a road going up an incline versus the location data being incorrect and the person being walking up physical stairs.
Thank you. You can continue, please.
Okay. So I'll address the idea of 3 clocks, which I believe was brought up previously.
Let me interrupt.
Sorry.
Why don't we just explain to the jury how clocks work in an iPhone?
That is kind of covered in the next slide anyway.
Okay.
It may be worth just jumping ahead to that slide.
Explain the idea of 3 clocks.
Yes. Essentially, there is one clock on an iPhone. It's the clock that you see. It's shown in the top corner, and all activity is related to that particular time. So when you receive a text message, the time that's shown in the database is related to the time that you can see on the phone. When you do health activity, it's related to the time that you see in the top corner of the phone. Everything is related to that time. The difference is within the current power log databases. It's a subset of files stored on iOS devices. They use what's called a monotonic clock, but it's not a clock that can actually be trusted to see when events occurred. It's the way that the device records time. It's essentially a counter that's just counting seconds since the device was reset, basically. And I'm sure most people can recall a time where you would set a clock on a digital device, come back to it 3 or 4 months later, and the clock's now not quite as accurate as it was when you left it. Time starts to drift. It might drift forward and be faster. It might drift slower and be further behind. That essentially happens with the monotonic clock as well. So you have to take the values that the monotonic clock provides and add or subtract different values, which are essentially offsets, in order to get the accurate time. And that's what I'll be displaying in this slide here. The confusion with the idea of 3 clocks, I believe, comes from the way that Magnet Axiom product displays power log data. They show a monotonic date and time, a baseband date and time, and a display date and time within the power log records. As an examiner, it's really good to see this data and understand how the tool is determining these values. As an examiner, it would be really bad to look at these values and think that they are accurate timestamps at face value, because they aren't. And I'll start to talk through how this information works. So the other thing that Axiom shows, as well as the monotonic baseband and display times, is they show the location where this information came from. In this case, we have two tables. One is called PL Springboard Agent Event Forward S block. And that is what this table is here. And you can see we've got an ID number, a timestamp, and a value of locked. But we also show a second table that's involved called PL Storage Operator Event Forward Time Offset. And that's this table at the bottom here. So again, we see there's an ID, a timestamp, baseband, kernel, and system values. These values all need to be read together in order to make sense of the data. So for example, if I take the timestamp that's shown here, the 1643 33687 number, if you treat that as number of seconds since the 1st of January 1970, it's what we call a Unix epoch. That will get you the timestamp of 29th of January 2022 at midnight, 21 minutes and 27 seconds, once you account for the UTC -5 offset. And you'll see that that is the same timestamp that Axiom shows here as the monotonic time, 12:21:27. What we need to then do is take that monotonic time and add it to the baseband value that we see in the time offset table. So now we have a value of 1643, 3687.14954, and we add minus 183 point whatever this number is here to get this value. If we treat this value as number of seconds since the 1st of January 1970, then we get a time of 18 minutes and 23 seconds past midnight on January 29th, which is also the time that we show here as the baseband time. Finally, we can take the monotonic time and add the minus 181 seconds shown in the system to get this value, which equates to 18 minutes and 25 seconds past midnight on the 29th of January, which is the same as the display time up here. So all this is essentially doing is saying that the counter that is built into the iPhone is registered the time of that we see in the top, the monotonic time. This is not necessarily the time that the event happened. You have to offset it with this value here in order to get the actual time that this happened. My own personal phone, when I was doing this testing, the time difference between the monotonic time and when something actually happened was over 2 weeks. There was a massive difference because my phone has been drifting so far since I originally bought and set up that phone. And again, when I was testing this, I can turn the flashlight on, turn the flashlight off. Both of those activities are recorded in the power log database. If I just look at the monotonic time, it's off by over 2 weeks. If I do this process to calculate the correct offset, it shows exactly when I turned that flashlight on and when I turned that flashlight off. The calculation is imperative. Without the calculation, these timestamps are irrelevant. And all Axiom is doing here is they're showing you the values that they use in order to calculate the final value. It doesn't mean that you can take the monotonic timestamp and read anything into it. It's completely irrelevant on its own.
Is it necessary to understand this process in order to ensure the integrity of the time that you're offering to the jury so you understand whether it's accurate or not?
It would be if we were discussing power log data. Power log data only really encompasses things like battery level, the time and date that it's plugged in, button presses, camera usage, things like that. It doesn't count for location data. It doesn't count for Apple Health data. They both work on the system time. and they both work on the same system time. So they're always going to be aligned.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the location data times and the accuracy of the health data times that you shared with us?
They'd be consistent with each other. So to summarize that, there's only really one clock that's in use on an iPhone for recording. The only difference is the monotonic time, which is how power logs record information, but you need to offset the times to figure out when that activity actually happened. And that you only have to offset those times for power log data, not for health, not for location, not for messages or photographs or any other activity like that, purely power log data.
Okay. Is there another subject that you looked at, that you analyzed, in order to reach a conclusion about the time and location of John O'Keefe's cell phone over the night of January 29, 2022?
Yes, the next one is battery temperature.
Can you explain a little bit of background on this before you start the slides?
So again, we have a temperature sensor built in within the phone, monitoring for if the battery temperature increases too high and becomes a danger, or if the temperature gets too low and becomes an issue. So it constantly monitors the temperature of the battery and records that information in the Knowledge C database.
Did you look into the battery temperatures from before midnight and after midnight and do an analysis regarding the temperatures of that cell phone battery?
I did, yes. Throughout the evening of the 28th of January and then the morning of the 29th.
Mr. Whiffin, that's going to be hard to read. Is there any way you can enlarge it?
Apparently not like that. There we go.
Thank you.
So on the evening of the 28th, see an average temperature of around mid-80 degree Fahrenheit. I've got no understanding of where the device was at this time, whether it was in a pocket on a surface, whether it was in use or not. But I just wanted to get an average idea of temperatures of the device. By 13 minutes after midnight, we're still at 82 Fahrenheit. At 22 minutes after midnight, we know from the location data that the device was currently in a car, and we see the temperature has dropped to 77 Fahrenheit. By 37 minutes after midnight, we now know the device is already at Fairview. It's been at Fairview for approximately 12 minutes, and the temperature has continued to drop. It's now 72 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whiffin, if I can interrupt you. At 12:37, when the temperature drops to 72 degrees, is that before or after the healthcare data stops for that evening?
That's after.
Thank you.
45 minutes past, the temperature's dropped to 66 Fahrenheit. 53 minutes past, it's dropped to 61 Fahrenheit. 7 minutes after 1, it's dropped to 55 Fahrenheit. At 1:36, it's dropped to 50. And then we have a large gap in the data, with the next record being made at 6 minutes after 6 a.m., when the temperature is 43 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whiffin, if a phone has any protection or coverage, well, let me ask it this way. Do you know what, if anything, happened around 6:02, 6:03 to trigger that 6-degree drop in temperature?
I don't know. Accurately, no.
Okay. And then you're now at 6:14 and it's 37 degrees?
Yeah, you're correct. This
You
is the
know-
coldest temperature recorded.
Do you know what, if anything, happened to that phone at 6:15:01?
I don't know.
Okay, please continue.
And then, as of that point in time, from 6:35, we start to see an increase in temperature to 43 Fahrenheit. At 6:40, it's up to 50 Fahrenheit. At 6:48, up to 55 Fahrenheit. And at 6:56, up to 61 Fahrenheit. And then, Also plotted this out onto a graph just for visualization. Again, we can see on the evening of the 28th, the temperature is relatively consistent. It starts to drop as we know the phone is traveling in a car. And by the time it arrives at Fairview, we only see it drop until 1:36 a.m. We see a relatively modest drop over the next few hours, but no records recorded. We see the final drop at 6:14, and then we see an increase. But there are no increases occur prior to 6:14 that would suggest that the phone went from a cold environment to a warm environment or had extensive usage.
Between 1:36 a.m. and 6:06 a.m., is there any indication at any time that that battery temperature went up?
No, there's no records related to battery temperature at all for that time.
Thank you. Is there another area that you looked at for your conclusions in this case?
Yes, I was looking at device usage.
What is device usage?
Information about when the user unlocks the phone, what applications they're using, what they're using the device for, and when they lock the phone again.
Would device usage require an actual person to interact with the phone, or can it happen without user interaction?
Everything that I was looking at was related to physical interaction and manipulation of the device by a user.
Please continue.
So the three sources of data that I used for this were Knowledge C, a database I mentioned earlier that logs lots of different activity, including device unlocks, device locks, applications that are on screen. The current power log, which I mentioned, which can track button presses. So specifically when the lock button is pressed and the times that I display have been offset appropriately. And unified logs, which is essentially a list of almost everything that's happening on that phone for a short amount of time. But it would be used, for example, if you had a problem with your device, took it back to Apple because it was crashing all the time, for let's say, they could look at the unified logs and figure out, well, what's causing these crashes to occur. So really granular. We see that at 12 minutes and 52 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using biometric Face ID. The SMS application is on screen for about 5 seconds before it's closed, and then the user presses the lock button at the side of the device to lock the phone. At 13 minutes and 54 seconds, biometric Face ID is used again, and the SMS application is opened, and at 14 minutes and 29 seconds, the lock button is pressed again, causing the device to lock. 15 minutes and 46 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen because that's the application that was on screen when the device was locked. And the device is locked again at 16:03. At 17 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked again using Face ID. The SMS application is still on screen from before. And at 18 minutes and 12 seconds, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock. At 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage. And at 18:31, the SMS application is closed. At 18:34, the phone application is opened by the user actively pressing on the phone icon on the home screen. At 18:36, they're now in a call, and this causes a different screen on the phone. And at 19:23, that phone call ends. At 19:29, the Waze application is opened by the user pressing on the icon on the home screen. And that's open for approximately 5 minutes, closing at 24 minutes and 26 seconds. 2 seconds later, at 24 minutes and 28 seconds, the device is locked by the user pressing the lock button on the side of the phone. At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is opened using the icon on the home screen. And at 25 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user to lock the device. At 27 minutes and 45 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The The SMS application is already on screen, and at 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the device is locked using the lock button. 29 minutes and 52 seconds, device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage, and at 29 minutes and 53 seconds, the lock button is pressed to lock the device. 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous use, and at 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user. And that is the final interaction with the device. It's the final unlock of the device using Face ID, and it's the final logged button press on the device as well to lock the device.
So the final interaction with John O'Keefe's cell phone that night
Correct, up until 6:15 a.m.
in 12:32:09 was the last time before the phone moved again the next morning.
Correct.
Is there one more area that you engaged in analyzing to help reach your conclusions in this case?
There is. During my time looking at the unified logs that were mentioned, I found a record that appeared like it could be interesting that was called Doppler. This was the pocket state that I think I mentioned earlier, and it detects when the user takes the phone out of a pocket, or at least removes the item that's blocking the camera. There were hundreds of thousands of records within the unified logs that I was able to filter down to just the Doppler records and to filter and aggregate down into a more digestible number, which is what's shown here. So again, whenever the device receives a phone call, or whenever the device is picked up in a particular way, the camera activates and it actively looks for a face. If it finds that the camera is blocked, it records the fact that it's in a pocket state. And it will continue to record pocket state until either the obstruction is removed, so the device has been removed from a pocket, or until whatever is calling for the Doppler check to be completed. So for example, if I make a phone call, it will continue to check and look for a face up until the phone call ends, or the ringing ends. So in this case, at 12 minutes and 37 seconds, see a small amount of time where 4 Doppler checks were conducted. And that ended at 12 minutes 37 seconds with a pocket state cleared event. At 12 minutes and 39 seconds, there was a 7.5 second period where 108 Doppler checks were conducted. Again, that ended with a pocket state cleared event at 12 minutes and 46 seconds. At 25 minutes and 8 seconds, there was a single Doppler check that resulted in a pocket state. And at 29 minutes and 37 seconds, for 5.5 seconds roughly, there were 97 Doppler checks. The 97th check resulted in a pocket state cleared event at 29 minutes and 42 seconds. At 31 minutes and 52 seconds past midnight, there was an 11-second period where 155 Doppler checks were made. The 155th Doppler check resulted in a pocket cleared event at 32 minutes and 3 seconds. At 33 minutes and 14 seconds was the start of a 5-hour and 20-minute period where 26,500 Doppler checks were conducted. Every one of those checks came back to say that it was in a pocket state. There was never a pocket state cleared event during that time. At 2 minutes after 6 a.m. And 41 seconds, there was a 12-minute period and 20 second where 417 Doppler checks were conducted. The 417th Doppler check showed a pocket state cleared event at 6:15:01.
Mr. Whiffin, as a result of your analysis of John O'Keefe's cell phone, considering the location data, including Waze data, and considering the healthcare data, the pocket state information, the battery temperature, did you have an opportunity to create a timeline putting all of these different important pieces of data together so you could show them to the jury in chronological order.
I did, yes.
Would you share with us now your timeline and explain it for us?
Of course. So again, this combines all of the information from the previous slides, just showing it all within a timelined view. So at 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. We see the SMS application is in use. For around 11 seconds, a phone call is made from John to Jennifer McCabe. Phone call lasts 36 seconds, starting at 18 minutes and 47 seconds. That call ends at 19 minutes and 23 seconds, and the mobile phone application is closed at 19 minutes and 24 seconds. At 19 minutes and 29 seconds, the Waze application is loaded on screen. And at 20 minutes and 49 seconds, which is what this location on the side relates to, we see an incoming message from Brian Higgins saying, "You coming here?" At 22 minutes and 14 seconds, this is the start of the 3 flight climb events as the device is driving along Oakdale Road, I believe that one is. At 24 minutes and 26 seconds is when the Waze application is closed and the device is locked via the lock button at 24 minutes and 28 seconds. At 24 minutes and 37 seconds, the three flight climb events comes to an end. And at 24 minutes and 38 seconds is the first record that shows a speed of 0 meters per second. At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the message, "You coming here," is read at 25 minutes and 8 seconds after midnight. At 25 minutes and 9 seconds after midnight, the device is locked using the lock button. At 27 minutes and 33 seconds after midnight, a text message is received from Jen McCabe saying, "Here." At 27 minutes and 45 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the "Here" message that was just received is read at 27 minutes and 48 seconds. At 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user, causing the device to lock. At 29 minutes and 37 seconds, we start to get some Doppler checks, and at 29 minutes and 42 seconds, the pocket state cleared event is written. At 29 minutes and 44 seconds, there's an incoming call from Jen McCabe. This is answered and lasts for 7 seconds, ending at 29 minutes and 51 seconds. At 29 minutes and 52 seconds, the device is unlocked, and a second later, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock again. 31 minutes and 47 seconds after midnight, a message is received again from Jennifer McCabe saying, "Pull behind me." And at 31 minutes and 52 seconds, the Doppler check records a pocket state. At 31 minutes and 56 seconds, we start the health event that shows 36 steps were taken. And at 32 minutes and 3 seconds, there's a pocket state cleared event. At 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device unlocks with Face ID. And again, I'll point out that makes perfect sense if the Doppler state clears, because it's no longer within a pocket, and then it unlocks a second later. That makes sense with the logic that's been identified. At 32 minutes and 5 seconds, messages applications on screen, and the message "Pull behind me" is read. 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the messages application is closed, and the device is locked for the last time. At 32 minutes and 16 seconds, the 36-step health event is ending. At 33 minutes and 14 seconds, we have the first of the 26,500 Doppler state records that all record pocket state. This is followed by several phone calls at 33 minutes and 35 seconds, 34 minutes and 9 seconds, 34 minutes and 38 seconds, 35 minutes and 9 seconds, 35 minutes and 35 seconds, and 36 minutes and 9 seconds. All calls from Karen. Call were all unanswered, and all resulted in pocket state being detected by Doppler. At 36 minutes and 9 seconds, and again at 36 minutes and 40 seconds, 2 more phone calls received from Karen, again showing unanswered calls and resulting in a pocket state being recorded by Doppler function. 37 minutes past midnight, battery temperature has dropped to 72 Fahrenheit. And at 37 minutes and 8 seconds, a further phone call, again unanswered, again resulting in a pocket state recorded by Doppler. 37 minutes and 31 seconds, a 3-second voicemail received from Karen. And at 38 minutes and 21 seconds, another incoming call. And at 38 minutes and 26 seconds, another incoming call, both unanswered, both resulting in Doppler pocket state being detected by Doppler. And I've also shown some of the locations that were recorded at around this time by the device. 40 minutes and 31 seconds, a message received from Jennifer McCabe saying hello. This is the first iMessage or SMS message received by the device, which is unread. This is followed up 2 minutes later, 42 minutes and 9 seconds, by another message from Jennifer McCabe saying, "Where are you?" And at 42 minutes and 35 seconds, there's a 40-second voicemail received from Karen. 43 minutes past midnight, the battery temperature has now dropped to 66 degrees Fahrenheit. At 45 minutes and 53 seconds, another incoming message from Jennifer McCabe saying hello. And again, we can see location data at 53 minutes and 7 seconds, placing the device on the front yard somewhere kind of around the flagpole area. 55 minutes and 31 seconds, a message received from Karen stating, "I'm going home." 55 minutes and 50 seconds, a follow-up message saying, "See you later." Another location data, this is the location that's shown bottom left. And at 2 minutes past 1 a.m., another message from Karen saying, "Your kids are cooking alone."
Mr. Whiffin, based on your analysis of John O'Keefe's cell phone, keeping in mind some of the data points you shared with us, that wave was initiated around 12:19, that the car reached the flagpole around 12:24:37, that the only health data during that later time near 12:30 was from 12:31:56 to 12:32:16, that the last interaction was at 12:32:09, followed by an overnight pocket state, and an increased reduction in...
Objection, Your Honor.
So I need to hear the question first.
including a increased reduction in the battery temperature. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that after that phone stopped in the car at the flagpole area of 34 Fairview, whether or not that cell phone remained near the flagpole the entire night until after 6 a.m. the next morning?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
The location data that shows accurate tends to show around the flagpole area. There's no further health data other than 36 steps that were taken that suggest that it moved after 32 minutes and 16 seconds after midnight. The battery temperature data never indicates that the device went from a cold environment to a warm environment, which I would expect to see if the device went inside a building. And the Doppler state information suggests that the camera was blocked for at least the majority of the 5-hour period, with no records showing that the camera was unblocked during that time, which would typically happen if you were to pick a camera up and move it around.
Does that lead you to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty
Yes.
whether that phone remained in the flagpole area from around 12,
Objection, Your Honor.
24, 33,
So
until the next morning at 6 a.m. or after?
That's
the
my opinion.
objection's sustained. Ask the question in a different form.
Do you have an opinion where John O'Keefe's cell phone was from around 12:24:33 on the evening of January 29, 2022, through at least 6 a.m. and after that morning?
Yes, based on the totality of all of the information that we've described, my opinion is that the device never moved far away from the flagpole.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Lessie?
May we reapproach, Your Honor, please?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, please, to set up at the podium.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Whiffin, I should have told you, you can feel free to stand up and stretch if you want to as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed with the
Yes.
administrative matters? May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, pursuant to a stipulation with the prosecution, I would like to mark and enter into evidence 3 documents. These are each portions of a March 2025 report prepared by Mr. Whiffin. The first one,
So, yes, they can come into evidence. They can come into evidence. There's a stipulation. So
And
we
so-
can mark it as the next exhibit.
if we could, that's page 29 for the next exhibit.
Want them marked separately?
Separately, please.
Exhibit 40?
The next exhibit will be pages 77 and 78 of the same report.
Okay.
Exhibit 41.
The third and last is page 43 and page 44.
Exhibit 42.
Okay, all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Whiffin. I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting.
Good afternoon.
Cell phone data, when correct and when correctly analyzed, can help tell a story of what may have happened under various circumstances, correct?
Correct.
And in cases like this, literally seconds on cell phone data can be significant, correct?
Correct.
What I'd like to do is to go back to your PowerPoint presentation and specifically go to the timeline that you had gone through with Mr. Brennan, and rather than repeating everything, there'll be select aspects of the timeline I'm going to reference, and with the court's permission, we will put the timeline back on that's already in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to start with page 70, which we have as 78 of the deck. If you could, Mr. Wolfe, go to that. And what I'd like to do, if I could please, Mr. Whiffin, is draw your attention to the very last entry, which says at the bottom, location 122438, and it indicates description, first location record showing speed of 0. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And this is the arrival of John O'Keefe's phone at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
If we could go to the next page, please. We have up at the top 12:24:59, about 21 seconds later after arrival, we have device unlock with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
Is it possible for anyone other than John to unlock that device with Face ID?
If a secondary user was set up,
Do you have any indication that a second user was set up on John's mobile phone?
I never looked at that.
I'm sorry,
I never looked to see if a secondary user was set up.
In terms of the next entry, 12:25:08, it says, read message, you coming here? With 3 question marks. What I'd like to do, because you did not note who that was from, but I want to go back a few slides so we can identify who that message was from. We could go back to 76, please, Mr. Wolfe.
Yes.
So in the last line there, message reading left to right 12:20:49, it says message received from someone listed in context as Brian Higgins. Do you see that?
Correct.
So if we could go back to slide 80, excuse me, if we could go back to slide 79, that phone reading the message, you coming here, is reading the message from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't note that in the timeline that was from Brian Higgins, correct?
No, I was just highlighting the fact that a message was read and that the contents of the message were you coming here.
But you didn't note in this entry, when it was read by John, that that message was from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now, the next entry, lock, again, I'm always going to be reading left to right unless otherwise indicated, sir, is a time of 12:25:09. And it says, device locked with lock button.
Yes,
You see that, sir?
I do.
That requires human volitional conduct. In other words, someone has to actually manipulate their phone and hit it, right?
Correct.
Now, at this particular point, isn't it correct that in your report that you mentioned in your March 2025 report, that you had more of a description of what was happening at this time with the phone, namely, device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Isn't that what you had in your report?
Yes, and that's covered in the location section of this report, the PowerPoint.
So there is no statement in this timeline under any type where you had concluded that at this time the record showed that the device was moving west from the roadside towards the house, correct?
The location latitude, longitude was moving westerly, but at the same time, the accuracy was increasing. So it didn't intrinsically prove that the device was moving.
My question, Mr. Whiffin, is straightforward
Okay.
in this sense, that I'm just looking for an answer of whether on this timeline you included the analysis that you had in your report that the device at this time was moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you include it in that timeline?
No, I left that out of the timeline.
Next entry, 2733. And that's 12/27/33. You note that there's a message received from Jen McCabe. Here, exclamation point, question mark. You see that, sir?
Correct.
Now, at this point, you have two people in just 2.5 minutes, Brian Higgins and Jen McCabe, trying to find out if the John is coming to 34 Fairview. Is that a fair conclusion?
It appears so.
I'll allow it.
Is that a fair conclusion?
It would appear so, yes.
So just because of the colloquy that occurred, I want to repeat the question. Now you have, at this point, at 12/27/33, you have two people, Brian Higgins and Jennifer McCabe, in just 2.5 minutes, trying to find out if John, or the phone, is coming to, or if John is coming to 34 Fairview.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Lesser.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, at this point, you have two people trying to find out if John is coming to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffin, in terms of the information at this stage, there are two communications with Mr. O'Keefe on this phone, and that is, they're trying to find out, I'll rephrase it. There are two communications, one from Jennifer McCabe and one from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next deck 80, please, Mr. Wolfe. This is 12/27/45, device unlock with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
And then right under that is 12/27/48. It says read message, which it says here And is it correct that that is the message that was sent by Jennifer McCabe?
Correct. I'd just like to point out it says read message, not read message.
Read message, thank
Yes.
you. And that, the fact that Jen McCabe sent that message and that it was read was not indicated in your timeline at this point, correct?
Sorry, repeat that question.
Yes, you did not, it does not appear in that timeline that you've drafted that that message that was read was from Jennifer McCabe, is it?
Correct. Correct.
Next entry, 2750, device locked with lock button. Next entry down that, 2937, Doppler pocket state. And I want to be clear. Does Doppler pocket state mean that someone takes an iPhone? Because up above there's red messages we went through on 2748. So if somebody reads the message and then it goes at 2937 into Doppler pocket state, does that mean someone has, for example, put it in their pocket?
No.
What does it mean that's a pocket state?
So the only times that I was able to cause a pocket state to be recorded is when the camera was blocked and when the device received a phone call or was picked up in a particular way so that the device thinks that you're about to try to use it. If the camera is not blocked from the outset, then nothing's recorded at all. And in order to get the pocket state cleared, the camera must be blocked to begin with. So again, you have to receive a phone call with it in your pocket and remove it in order to get a pocket state cleared.
Thank you, because that helped me, because that's exactly where I was going with the next question, which is pocket state cleared. What did you conclude from 2937 to 2942 that it was in pocket state and then pocket state cleared?
There was some activity on the device that caused the pocket state to be checked. The device was in a pocket state up until 2942, when whatever was obstructing the camera was removed.
Next entry is a call at 12:29:44. And that, you state, is an incoming call from Jen McCabe, so there you do indicate the name. And you say answered 7 seconds, correct?
Correct.
Is the phone at this time that there's an incoming call from Jen McCabe that is answered out in front of 34 Fairview?
Yes, it would be according to the location data.
Right. So now we have at 12:29:44, the phone's out in front of 34 Fairview. There's an incoming call from Jen McCabe. It's answered. 7 seconds is how long the duration of the call was. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then 12:29:51, incoming call ends, and that's end of that 7-second duration.
Correct.
So you've concluded that this was a call that was indeed answered by the user of the phone, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to Mr. Wolk 81, which is starting up at the top of 12:31:47. There is, as you indicate, an iMessage received from someone with a contact named Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I do.
Can you just state for the jury what an iMessage is?
An iMessage is essentially a text message sent primarily from iPhone to iPhone via the Apple servers, not like an SMS message which goes through carriers.
And is it correct that the message that was received from Jen McCabe said, from a contact of Jen McCabe, says, "Pull behind me"?
Correct.
And then at 12:31:52, we're back to Doppler pocket state, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next entry, which is Deck 82. It's under health type. And what I want to do is see if we can clarify. The Commonwealth on direct examination, and multiple times referred to this as healthcare data. Do you remember hearing that healthcare data term?
I do.
Is that a correct term? Is it healthcare data or is it health data?
It's health data.
So it's incorrect to refer to this as healthcare data, correct?
Healthcare data is encompassed within Apple Health, but primarily if we're talking about steps being taken, it would just be health data.
Right, so the correct parlance is health data,
Yes.
correct? Particularly when we're getting to steps, is that correct?
Correct.
It's important to be precise about the parlance.
Yes.
So in this entry, 123156, you state that there's the start of health event, quote, 36 steps / 25 meters, correct?
Correct.
Is it accurate to say that because we're in the United States and we don't work on the metric system, that 25 meters is about 84 feet? Are you able to make that calculation?
It's approximately that, yeah.
Right. Would you accept approximately
I
84
accept.
feet? So as we discuss meters, we can go to feet and
Yes.
about 84
I would accept
feet.
approximately 3 times 25.
Right.
So,
So, in your report of March 2025, isn't it correct that for this time, you stated that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds, correct?
yes.
So, again, your conclusion from your analysis is with these 36 steps, the device at this point began moving. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Next entry. 123203. Pocket state cleared. Correct?
Correct.
So does that mean that there's some human activity going on, interaction with the phone, or not?
It could have been a received phone call. It could have been movement of the phone to be lifted.
But something has happened.
But something's
correct?
happened, yeah.
Next, 123204, device unlocked with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
And then at 123205, it states application focus messages.
Yes.
Can you clarify what that means in terms of what is happening with the phone for the jury?
Yep. So at 32 minutes and 5 seconds, the messages application was in focus on screen. So it was the application that was being used by the user at that time.
Now, the next entry is message 123206, and it states red message, quote, pull behind me, close quote, correct?
Correct.
Now, you don't indicate who that message is from in your timeline, but that's the message that was sent by Jennifer McCabe at 123147, correct?
Correct.
Next entry is application lock at 123209, and you've got here end application focus, and then you state device lock with lock button for the last time, correct?
Correct.
So that's again pressing the side button on the iPhone that locks it.
Correct.
And that requires human conduct, human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And then the next entry under health data at 123216, that is 7 seconds after the lock. It's the end of the health event of 36 steps, 25 meters, and as we agreed, approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
So, in terms of the steps, I want to turn to some further information with regard to your previous, the report that you mentioned on direct, which is the March 2025 report. Your Honor indicated a time for the break, and I'm going to go into a little bit of different area. Would you like me to keep
All
continuing?
right, Mr. Leslie. Folks, we'll stop. Turn on lights, please. Thank you. Mr. Whiffin, we need you back here. Jurors, we're going to recess for the day. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. And please be very careful with your social media use. All right? We'll see you tomorrow morning.
President, jury, right this way. Please leave your notebooks on the chairs.
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
You are unmuted.
Thank you.
We're back in session, you may be seated.
Hi, Margaret.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present, the jury is not present.
All right, thank you. All right, so we know that the Commonwealth has filed a few anyway, or repeated motions trying to get the defense to comply with reciprocal discovery regarding the ARCA witnesses. Previously, about a month or so ago, maybe longer, I found that there was a violation of the defendant's obligations for reciprocal discovery, and I found that it was deliberate. The Commonwealth filed additional motion, a motion to compel reciprocal discovery of the ARCA witnesses or to exclude their testimonies. Upon that, I believe, I issued an order last week for certain discovery to be provided and to be provided by ARCA. On the day of opening statements, it was clear to me that there was another violation of the defendant's rules, defendant's obligations under our rules of criminal procedure. And based on that, especially given what the defense has failed to deliver, I would not permit the defense from mentioning ARCA in their opening. So today we're going to have an evidentiary hearing on your motion, Mr. Brennan. So I expect that we will get through both witnesses by the end of today. If not, we'll have to have them back, but I expect we can get through them. So Mr. Brennan, who are we going with first? Dr. Wolfe?
Please.
Okay.
Once you're set, you're going to face the clerk and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I ask?
All right, go right ahead, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Did you become aware there was an order from this court to produce records?
Yes.
Did you receive a copy of that order?
Yes.
Who did you receive a copy of that order?
So we need Dr. Wolfe to identify himself.
Please identify yourself for the record. Spell your last name.
Daniel Wolfe, last name spelled WOLFE.
Who did you receive that order from?
I believe it was in an email forwarded from Miss Little.
Did you read it?
Yes.
Did you understand that there was a request for certain communications?
Yes.
Did you understand that you were supposed to turn those records over to the Superior Court?
Yes.
Did you turn records over to the Superior Court?
I provided a copy of that production notice to Miss Little.
Did you provide the records to the Superior Court?
I didn't directly email that to the court, no.
Did you indirectly email it to the court?
It was my understanding that it would be passed along to the court.
So you did not, pursuant to the order, provide the records to the Superior Court, did you?
Not directly to the court, no.
When you read the order, you understood what the order was requiring you to provide, correct?
Correct.
It was requiring you to provide all text messages.
Yes.
Did you provide all text messages?
I don't have any in my possession.
Did you look for any text messages that are not in your possession about this case?
Yes.
Okay, did you find any?
No, sir.
What did you do to look?
So I went through the phone that I presently have, and as I informed Miss Little, last year I was under T-Mobile, was my carrier. Subsequent to that, I then switched to Verizon in, I believe it was November. So I made an effort to contact T-Mobile as well as get access to my T-Mobile account hub. Unfortunately, I was unable to get access to it or get any records prior to, or at least from my T-Mobile carrier. Then I went through my Verizon records that I have from 2025. That was, I could only go back 3 months, and I provided those records.
How about emails? You didn't change email carriers, did you?
No, sir.
Did you provide all your emails from when you first were contacted by the defense?
Yes, sir.
And you provided every one of those emails to who?
It would have been in the file that I put together for the production.
How many emails did you find between you and the defense?
I'd have to look at the order, but it was probably 6 to, are you talking about present day or just from last year?
Anytime.
It was probably around a dozen or so.
Who did you correspond with by email on the defense?
Again, can you specify a time frame?
At any time. Who did you correspond with by email on the defense?
It would have been Mr. Jackson. Miss Little might have been on one of those emails. There might have been a couple other members. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Well, how about Miss Reed?
I don't believe she was on any of those emails.
You've never emailed or been on a correspondence with her by email?
No, sir.
And how about Mr. Yannetti?
He may have been on the one of the emails. I don't know as I sit here today.
You communicated by phone with the defense, didn't you?
Yes.
And that began as far back as March 2024?
After our report was issued, yes, in March.
Back in March of 2024, you spoke on the phone to Mr. Jackson
Yes, sir.
a number of times?
Yes, sir.
And as you spoke, you began to become familiar with him and his role in this case, didn't you?
We corresponded about, again, our expected testimony here at trial, yes.
I'll ask it again. Did you become familiar with him and his role in this case when you spoke to him?
I understood him to be the defense attorney on the case, yes.
Did you speak to Miss Little by phone?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you speak to anybody but
Hold on 1 second, please. Thank you.
Did you speak, pardon me, did you speak to anybody other than Mr. Jackson about this case before the first trial?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you speak to anybody since then on
Yes.
the defense team? Who?
I believe Miss Little and Mr. Alessi.
Okay, and how about Miss Reed?
No, sir.
Did you ever have any conversations that weren't on a regular telephone? You ever Zoom?
Yes, we have had, I believe it was a Zoom or a Teams meeting. We've had a couple.
When was that?
That would have been more recently to go over some of the testing that we've done.
Did you ever have any Zoom meetings before the first trial?
No, sir.
Did you have any group conferences before the first trial?
I don't believe so, no.
Were you ever on the phone before the first trial in a conversation where you and Dr. RANTCHLER both were on the call?
There may have been an instance of that. I just don't recall.
Well, think back.
I don't recall.
At some point, you were contacted by Mr. Jackson and you decided or you learned that you may be part of this case as far as a witness?
Yes, sir.
When you learned you were part of this case, did you have contact with Mr. Jackson before you testified at the VOIR?
Did I have communications with him?
Yes.
Yes.
And in those communications, you spoke about your role?
I think we spoke about logistics and coordinating my arrival here for the voir dire and certainly the trial.
Well, when you spoke on March 20th, 2024, didn't you talk about more than coordination of logistics?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 20th, 2024?
So I believe that would have been the very first phone call that I had with Mr. Jackson.
Right. Was that more than about logistics?
Well, I think we were trying to figure out what should we do. I will note that this was a very abnormal situation for me, being involved in a federal investigation and then ultimately being called as a witness.
No.
Well, I'm trying to answer your question.
But you're not. Did you talk about more than logistics?
So, are you finished with your answer, Dr. Wolfe, or are you still answering?
I was still trying to answer.
Go ahead, finish.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, again, the situation was abnormal. I didn't know if we could get involved. I didn't think Mr. Jackson knew we could get involved. In terms of a path forward, would we be able to do more work? Could we review additional material? How could we work together moving forward? There was a lot of unknowns, so there was a lot of uncertainty.
You done?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk about more than just logistics?
No, sir.
Did you talk about fees or structures?
I described to him our typical procedure when we intake a criminal defense case, right? There's typically a contract and retainer associated with that. So I described our normal procedure that takes place, yes.
So you talked about fees and scheduling and costs, what you charge.
I did talk about, yes, the contract and the retention letter.
When you talked about that contract, there was a discussion, wasn't there, about them hiring you, paying you, or retaining you?
Potentially, again, I prescribed our standard procedure.
Why was it you were talking about fees and schedules if you didn't think that you were potentially going to get hired?
Again, I prescribed our normal operating procedure. I had no idea how it was going to work moving forward, which is why ultimately, immediately after that phone call, I contacted the Department of Justice to get clarification on that.
We'll get to that, but I'm asking you specifically, why were you talking about fees and scheduling and being paid at that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Again, because Mr. Jackson was interested, I believe, in calling us to testify at trial. So I explained to us the normal process. When a client reaches out and wants to engage us for trial testimony, that's typically, again, the procedure that we prescribe at ARCA. So that's why I had that explanation to him.
So you were talking to him about details about potentially being hired. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't know about being hired. I think, again, him utilizing us in the trial as expert witnesses.
Well, what's the difference between him utilizing you and paying you for that utilization and him actually hiring you? What's the difference in your mind?
Well, I think there is a difference because ultimately, after I got clarification from the Department of Justice, they indicated that they could not, the defense that is, sign any type of contract. There could not be any type of agreement or retainer.
I'm not asking what you determined later. I'm talking about the conversation you had on March 20th, 2022, when you were speaking to Attorney Jackson. That's what I'm talking about, okay? Understand?
I don't know that I understand your question then.
Okay. When you had a conversation on March 20th, 2022 with Attorney Jackson, you discussed potentially being hired, paid, compensated by Attorney Jackson or the defense for this case, didn't you?
We did, like I said, I did explain to him our typical operating procedure when a client reaches out for trial testimony. I went over that with him, yes.
I'm not talking about a client, I'm talking about this client. Did you talk about them potentially hiring or retaining you for work in this case? That's the question I'm asking you on March 20th, 2022, not the 22nd, not the 24th. March 20th, 2024. 2024, did you speak to Attorney Jackson about them potentially retaining or hiring you for this case?
I spoke to him like I speak to any other client that would be interested in calling us as a witness.
Okay. And so after you spoke to them, you spoke to representatives of the United States Attorney's Office, and you wrote an email back saying that you were going to put the conversation on hold. Is that fair to say?
Correct, until I got clarification from them.
And at some point, it was on hold, right? At some point, it resumed.
Yes.
When was that?
That would have been towards, I believe, the end of April.
The end of April. How was this relationship resumed? What was the contact, the conversation between you and anybody on the defense that resumed that relationship?
I think that I reached out to Mr. Jackson. Like I said, I think it looks like about a month had passed, and I had let him know that I had spoken to the DOJ and got clarification on moving forward.
Okay. So in April of 2024, you reached out to the defense and said that you had permission or a green light to move forward in the relationship with the defense in this case.
I had clarification from the Department of Justice, yes.
And that clarification allowed you then to work with the defense on this case.
Not work with, we could be called on the defense's behalf to testify. And for that matter, the Commonwealth could have also contacted us and utilized us at trial as well, if they should please.
So when did you become an advocate for the defense?
Interesting.
Do you feel like you're an advocate for the defense?
No, sir.
Are you sure about that?
Sir, I'm on the science and the analysis that I've done. That's
sure?
the side that I'm on.
You sure are. Because after that 424 call letting them know that the United States Attorney's Office gave permission for you to be called as a witness, you called them again that day, didn't you? Or they called you on the main line?
We may have exchanged a couple calls that day, yes.
Well, you did exchange a couple calls that day because we have at least some records. And when you called later that day after telling them that you had permission they could use you as witnesses, what did you talk about?
Do you have the records that I could take a look at just so I could see what you're referring
Do you
to?
remember having calls after you called Attorney Jackson and said you had the green light from the U.S. Attorney's Office? Do you remember having further calls that day?
I think we had a couple brief conversations, yes.
Okay. When you think about it, do you remember them, or are you just saying you think but you don't know?
I don't remember. I remember that there was one conversation, I believe in early May, that I had with Mr. Jackson, in which we engaged in a conversation where I gave him more information about my background, who ARCA was as a whole. I think we even got to talk a little bit about my family, my 4 kids and things of that nature, but it was a call about background and qualifications.
We're still back in April. You're moving ahead to May when you first started billing. I want to talk about back in April. Do you remember having conversations on April 24th with Mr. Jackson? Do you remember that?
I'm going to allow that.
I remember that there were conversations, yes. Specifically what they were too. I remember, I think they were brief, but I don't remember the specifics of them, no.
Well, in the brief conversation, what do you briefly remember about that brief conversation, Doctor?
Well, as I mentioned, I think I had finally received clarification from the DOJ, so I think I was letting him know that I had received that clarification.
Well, sir, you said that that was the first call. There were more than one call. There was then 2 calls to the main line. What did you discuss with him during those calls?
Well, to be honest with you, the call to the ARCA main line, I don't even know if I spoke with him. That's just to the main line, not to me directly. So he could have spoken to a receptionist who then tried to get a hold of me, right? So I don't know if that specific call to the main line was to me or someone else at ARCA.
Well, this is a new relationship, right? You were working on a contract with the federal government. You have only spoken to Mr. Jackson, according to you, twice. You don't remember the early conversations with them and what they were about?
I'm sorry, are we talking about now at the end of April still?
Yeah, we're still talking at April. April 24, 2024.
Yeah, as I just discussed with you, from what I recall, it was relaying to him the clarification that I got from the Department of Justice.
Right, but that doesn't take more than one call, does it?
I don't know. He may have been in court. There might have been some phone tag. I don't know, sir.
Well, there was a 9-minute call on April 24th, and then there's 2 calls to the ARCA main line, 3 minutes and 2 minutes. Do you remember any of those calls?
Again, when you say 3 minutes and 2 minutes, that makes it sound like, in all likelihood, he contacted the ARCA main line, got a hold of a receptionist or my project manager, and couldn't get a hold of me.
Are you just making that up, or that's what happened?
Sir, that is my best guess. I don't recall from a year ago.
We're not asking you to guess, I'm asking for your testimony.
That's what I recall, sir.
Do you recall him calling a secretary on the main line? That's what you recall?
He very well could have. I just don't know, sir.
But you're making a representation that you recall him using a secretary in the main line. I'm asking what you actually did and actually said. Do you remember speaking to Mr. Jackson, Mr. Jackson or anybody on the defense team after that initial call, back on April 24, 2024? Do you remember those 2 phone calls?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's get an answer.
I don't remember those phone calls specifically, no, sir.
Next
Do you
question.
remember the phone call on April 30th, 2024? Do you remember that one?
I don't remember that call, sir.
Okay. Do you remember the call on May 1st, 2024?
I don't have the records in front of me, but was that a longer call by any chance?
It was 40 minutes long.
Okay.
Yep.
So then, yes, as I just described earlier, that would have been the call in which I went over with Mr. Jackson a little bit more about ARCA, my background, my education, qualification, the kind of casework that I do, things of that nature.
And did you discuss issues regarding this case?
No, sir.
So during the 40 minutes you spoke, you never discussed any of your findings that had already been made?
No, sir.
You had never discussed any of your testing in this case during that 40-minute conversation?
No, sir. And it was all laid out in the report that was issued in
I
February.
understand the report. I'm asking you, did you have any conversations about it with the defense?
No, sir.
So in that 40-minute conversation, you talked about your family, your pastimes, ARCA, but never ever talked about this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Correct.
You billed for that time, didn't you?
I believe that I kept track of that time, yes.
Okay. When you kept track of the time, did you submit that time and ultimately get money for that time?
Again, I routinely keep track of my time when I'm working on a project. So yes, that time was kept track.
That's not what I'm asking you. Ultimately, that time that you kept track of, did you then submit it and get paid and compensated for that time? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, first off, I'm a salaried employee, so I don't get direct compensation when an invoice goes out. That old invoice, when it's sent, ultimately comes back to ARCA. That doesn't come back to Dan Wolfe.
Okay. So in order to get paid for that, you would have had to submit that time through ARCA to then forward it, wouldn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow it. Is that true?
Yes. I keep track of my time so that my boss knows what I'm doing. Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, can we approach, please?
Who asked me that?
Me, Your Honor.
Yes. Come on over.
Doctor, again, to focus you, we're on May 1st, 2024. May 1st, 2024, you had a conversation with Attorney Jackson.
Correct.
And at some point, did you submit the time you spent and forwarded it so that that could be billed?
Yes, and I will note that all of that time was actually tracked under the same project number that the work that was done for the Department of Justice was under.
So at the time you had that conversation, you were keeping track of hours, correct?
Something I routinely do, yes.
And do you know who ultimately paid that bill for that day, May 1st, 2024?
I know now that it was the defense, yes.
Okay. Now, when you billed, did you bill for the entire conversation?
I don't know.
You said most of the conversation was background, talking about ARCA, talking about your families,
Yes.
right? Do you typically bill clients when you're spending time talking about families?
Again, that wasn't the entirety of the conversation. I think you just briefly asked me about my
Oh,
family.
now it's brief, okay. All right.
Objection, Your Honor.
No comments, please.
Do you typically charge when you're talking about non-related work matters in your billing?
Sir, I think the majority of that phone call was related to, again, work-related topics.
Work-related, it took that much time to talk about ARCA?
And my background, certainly.
Yeah, okay. And how much was the majority?
Sir, I don't know that I can parse it out in individual segments or minutes for you.
And so after that May 1st conversation, did you communicate with the defense before June 9, 2024?
I don't believe so. I think from what I recall, next up was, I think, the voir dire. I think Alan contacted me, letting me know that the court wanted to do a voir dire of myself and Dr. RANTCHLER.
And you mean Alan, you mean Attorney Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you became friendly.
I guess first name basis, is that what you're referring
No,
to?
I'm saying, did you become friendly?
No, I wouldn't say that we were friends.
I didn't ask if you were friends. I said, did you become friendly?
I talked to him like I talk to all of the attorneys that I work with, sir.
What would you call me if you were going to address me?
Probably Mr. Brennan.
So, do you remember the next time you spoke to Alan?
As I mentioned, it probably would have been sometime in early or mid-June.
Going into June, you were keeping track of all your communications with Attorney Jackson or anybody from the defense, weren't you?
I don't know if you mean, what do you mean by keeping track?
Well, do you have a folder where you make notes when you have communications with an attorney and discuss issues?
No, sir.
You don't make notes?
Not for brief phone calls, no.
For your billing, do you save phone records or text messages so you have some collateral evidence about the billing?
No, not when it's things about, again, logistics and traveling and scheduling, no, sir.
And by the way, when you put together your phone records and text messages that you sent to the court in response to the court order, did you have actual records?
What do you mean in terms of actual records?
Well, I see like a summary chart that was developed. Who developed that summary chart?
So that was, again, as I mentioned earlier, I was unfortunately unable to pull anything from T-Mobile. I just could not get access. Then what I did is I logged into my personal Verizon phone records, and I was able to go back for 3 months. I couldn't get back to December, and then I downloaded the spreadsheets, and I extracted those rows and provided that.
Did you provide the actual records or just the spreadsheet?
Well, I provided the spreadsheet, which was pulled from the records. I would have had to redact a lot of phone numbers if I was to put in the full extraction, if you will.
So you didn't provide the full extraction?
I provided the full extraction as it relates to all of the contact between myself and Mr. Jackson and Miss Little.
Did you ever delete texts?
From last year?
Yes.
Yes.
After you had text messages with the defense, did you delete those texts?
Yeah, after the trial concluded, I mean, that's something I routinely do. I'm not going to keep texts from Mr. Jackson, especially now that we're past a year. I would have no reason to keep those, sir.
I'm not asking for the excuse. I'm asking if you did it. Did you delete texts?
Again, it's something that I typically do. I communicate with attorneys all the time, whether it's for trial or inspections. I don't have a habit of keeping a text chain about scheduling or meeting or, hey, can we meet at this time or show up here. I just don't have a habit of keeping that type of text.
So
he's not my friend, sir.
So you didn't delete texts?
I think I just told you that, yes, I did delete the
No,
text.
you didn't tell me, but you just did now. Thank you.
So next question, no
Okay.
comments, Mr. Cannone.
How many texts did you delete in communications with the defense?
I don't know the number, sir.
You don't know the numbers?
I don't have the text. So you're asking me over a year ago almost about text messages. I don't recall how many there were.
All right, was there 10, 100, 1,000? How many were there?
Of ones that I sent,
No, not just what you sent, either way, back and forth.
probably, I don't know, maybe around 100 or so.
And when did you delete those over 100 texts between you and the defense?
As I mentioned, I think the last text that I remember was Mr. Jackson texting me, just thanking me for my time coming up here after the trial. Again, that was at the end of June. And then I didn't hear from him. And at some point, I don't know specifically when, it would have been last year, but I deleted those texts. There was no reason for me to keep those, sir.
Do you remember about when you made the affirmative intentional effort to delete around 100 text messages between you and the defense?
It would have been sometime after the trial, probably before I got my new phone in November, but it would have been probably in the month or two after the trial, sir.
Where were you when you were deleting these texts? Were you at your office, at home? Do you remember sitting down and deciding intentionally you were going to delete over 100 texts? Where did that decision happen?
I have no idea, sir.
You can't remember deleting over 100 texts where you
Sir,
were?
I just said I delete text routinely. You're asking me to specifically give you a location and a time when I deleted those? I don't recall that.
You said it was after the trial.
Yes.
And out of the 100 texts or so, who were you texting on the defense team?
I believe it would have just been Mr. Jackson on that.
Did you ever communicate by any other means, like signal or an application?
During the time of the trial?
Anytime.
Yes, sir.
With the defense?
Yes.
Is it typical for a biomechanical engineer to use an application like Signal to talk to an attorney on a case?
Sure.
You know the benefit of Signal, don't you?
I mean, it's a messaging platform, yes.
Well, it's an encrypted app, isn't it?
What was that?
Encrypted?
I don't know, sir.
It keeps no record of the communication when you use an application like Signal, does it?
I don't know, sir.
Well, you used it. Did you have it on your phone that you were using it with other people?
No, I don't believe so.
So the only time that you use Signal in your career is when you were dealing with this defense team?
Yes, it was earlier this year. Mr. Jackson had communicated with me, indicating that it was his preferred method of communication. So yes, we did exchange some messages on Signal. But this was at no point in time during the first trial.
Using the Signal app, was that your suggestion?
No, again, I think it was Mr. Jackson that said it was his preferred method.
Is that standard in your industry to use Signal when you're talking to clients?
I don't know that there's a standard out there, sir.
I'm asking about your standard. Is it
If-
your standard to use an encrypted app when you're talking to attorneys?
If the client has that preference, I don't have a problem with it, sir.
How many times have you done it other than this defense team?
Again, as I just mentioned, it was the first time.
How many conversations did you think you had with the defense team by Signal?
Again, it would have been just Mr. Jackson. And like I said, it was really, I think, just in the month of March of this year, but it was brief. I know that I think we exchanged a couple phone calls, and I remember the call quality was terrible, so we really didn't use it that much.
Okay, you're saying a lot of things. You're saying you think. I want to know your best memory. I don't want you to think. If you don't know, you don't know. How many times did you use Signal with the defense to talk about this case?
Going to allow it.
From what I recall, it was probably a handful of times.
When you say what you recall, are you purposely being vague in case there's records, or do you not remember?
I don't remember, sir. As you mentioned, it doesn't keep a log of it, so I just don't recall.
Well, you don't have to rely on a log. You can rely on your actual memory.
Right, I'm telling you that I didn't keep track of it, so I don't know the specific number.
How many times do you think you talked by Signal?
As I just mentioned, I think it was a handful of times.
I don't know what a handful means. I don't know
Probably
what that
around,
means.
probably 4 to 5.
Well, was it 4 or was it 5?
It was probably 4 to 5. It's the best estimate I can give you.
How long were the conversations on Signal, the 4 to 5 times?
I think they were pretty brief. I'd say probably around 5 minutes or so.
You think each one was 5 minutes?
Probably 5 minutes,
Were you
yes.
putting it on a timer? Each one had to be a maximum of 5 minutes?
No, I'm just giving you my best estimate, sir.
How certain are you that the Signal calls were 4 to 5 minutes?
Again, I just told you I'm providing my best estimate.
How confident are you the times were between 4 and 5 minutes?
That's the best answer I can give you, sir. I'm giving you my best estimate.
I'm asking you how confident you are.
Can you answer that? How confident are you, Dr. Wolfe?
I can't answer that any more specifically.
Okay,
When
next
you were
question.
required by court order to provide all of the records to Your Honor, you knew that one of the important things you need to respond to were communications between you and the defense for Her Honor to consider, right?
Yes,
Okay. And Signal is a communication, isn't it?
certainly.
You looked at all your records and you knew it listed the text messages and the phone calls. You knew that, right?
Yes,
You knew that was going to be a representation that you were making to the court about your communications with the defense. You understood that, didn't you?
yes, sir.
And you wouldn't want to mislead the court, would you?
No, which is why I told you.
I asked. You didn't put anywhere in your response to the court order that there were communications beyond text messages and phone calls. You never, ever alerted the court or anybody to that, did you?
Again, because I have no record of it. I
That's-
have no way of being able to tell when those took place or how many there were.
The question I asked you is when you responded to the court order to provide all communications, and you responded by offering text messages, and you responded by listing phone calls, you knew that your Signal calls were communications, didn't you?
I provide everything that I had in my possession, sir.
That's not what I'm asking you. You knew the Signal calls were communications, didn't you?
Yes,
Okay. And you never informed in your response that there were phone calls through Signal as part of your communications, did you?
again, because I didn't have any record like I do with the Verizon entries as well as the emails. I could not, there's nothing I had in my possession, sir.
You've read this court order, haven't you?
Yes,
Did you understand when the court was looking for all communications, it meant all communications?
and I've provided everything that I have in my possession, sir.
During those 4 to 5 Signal communications, did any of these occur before the end of the last trial?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did any of these Signal communications happen before the end of the last trial?
No, like I said, they were all this year.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did the defense send you a retainer agreement?
For this year?
Nope.
Or-
Prior to the end of the last trial, did you ever get a retainer agreement?
No, there was no contract and retainer for the
Not
first
that there
trial.
wasn't a contract, did you ever receive a retainer agreement?
No, I don't believe so.
When you came out to the last voir dire and the last trial, did you have an agreement with any entity that was going to pay for your costs?
No, sir.
So you had no agreement that you were going to be refunded or compensated for your costs?
No.
Did you have any agreement that you were going to be compensated for your time?
No.
So when you were asked to come out and testify in this case, tell me, did you think that the defense was going to compensate you for the costs of you coming out here?
I had no idea who was ultimately going to pay the invoice, if an invoice was even sent.
Did you think that you were coming out here to testify for free?
Again, I don't know who was going to pay the bill. I'm not,
That's not what I'm asking you. I want to know, after having these conversations with the defense, and they asked you to come out here, did you expect to be compensated for your time?
again, I'm a salaried employee, so it doesn't matter to me. I'm sure my boss would like us to get paid, but no, I did not know ultimately who would pay an invoice if an invoice was sent after the trial.
Well, you were keeping track of your billing, weren't you?
I was keeping track of my time, yes.
And you kept track of your costs, didn't you?
The company does that, yes.
Did you?
Again, I enter my time so that the company can keep track of my time, yes.
When you came out here and made travel arrangements, did you have any conversations with anybody from the defense?
About the travel arrangements?
Yes.
Yes.
And as far as the travel arrangements, who on the defense was trying to help you with travel arrangements?
I believe it was Mr. Jackson.
Was there other people, associates, colleagues that were helping you as well?
None that I had direct communication with. I don't know if he communicated with others after that.
Was there a person named Kat? You ever hear that name before?
I believe that, yeah, she may have escorted me into the courtroom, I think.
Well, you don't believe, because that's a pretty particular name. So when you use words like you believe, you know. You know. So, did you meet a person by the name of Kat?
I'll allow it.
I think when I arrived here, yes.
Well, without the qualification, the simple question is, you've met Kat, haven't you?
I think I met her, it was either at the voir dire day or the trial day, yes.
Now, does Kat work for the defense?
I have no idea who she is.
Well, how did you know who she was? How was the introduction? How did that go down?
I just mentioned, I think she escorted me here to the courtroom.
Escorted you from where?
I think I drove here and I arrived, I believe, in the church parking lot across the street, and I think she walked me over, and then ultimately when I was done, I think she walked me back to the lot.
Did you have conversations with anybody for the defense about how you'd get here and why it is in particular you would park at the church parking lot?
Because I had no idea where to go.
But who told you where to go?
Like I mentioned, I communicated with Mr. Jackson, who provided that information to me.
Okay. And did you have any significance about the church parking lot? Did that mean anything to you?
No, he had just indicated, I think, that they had reserved it, and it was a spot that I could park my vehicle.
Okay. And when you got there, did you meet with anybody from the defense?
I can't recall if they were standing out there and we walked in together. I don't recall.
Well, I'm asking if you've met them, not whether you walked in together. I'll ask it again. When you arrived after these plans were made, did you meet with the defense before you came into court?
On the voir dire day, I don't believe, I can't recall if the defense was out there. I think on the day of trial, I think I met Mr. Jackson and maybe a couple other members of the defense team.
Well, when you say you think, this was a pretty remarkable event coming to this trial, wasn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
It's a pretty remarkable event, this trial, wasn't it?
It's unique, yes.
Yeah, it's unique. And so when you came here, having had all these conversations with Attorney Jackson, you don't remember if you met him before you came in for voir dire or came in for trial? You don't remember if you met him?
Well, like I said, I think for the voir dire, I think he was already, I believe, in the courthouse. So I think the first time I actually shook his hand and met him was the day of the trial, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And tell me, is that near the church parking lot that you met with them?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Was it near the church parking lot where you met with them?
Yes.
Okay. You shook his hand. This is meeting face to face, right?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation about the case?
I don't believe so, no.
When you say you don't believe so, do you think you had a conversation about the case?
At that point in time, no. I was getting ready to take the stand, so I don't think we had a conversation about it.
You were speaking to the defense or Attorney Jackson on June 10th, 2024. That was before your voir dire testimony, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And do you remember what those conversations were about?
I presume it was about the logistics of when we were needed. And then I know that ultimately I served as kind of the primary point of contact where I think Alan would reach out to me. He would give me some information about the scheduling and kind of when we would be needed. Then I would check in with Dr. RANTCHLER, and then I would get back to Mr. Jackson. So there was kind of that channel of communication to try to figure out when we were to arrive and where we were supposed to go.
You're not saying that all your conversations with Alan were just logistics, were you?
I believe for the most part, yes.
So it took hundreds of texts, 100 texts for logistics?
Absolutely. And I could certainly go into the day before my trial testimony, which was a very extensive travel day where I don't even think I left the Philadelphia airport.
We're going to get there, but there's a lot more
Okay.
communications before we get even close to that. Okay. Do you remember on June 10th having conversations with Attorney Jackson?
I do remember that there was conversations,
Okay.
yes.
Now, June 10th is 8 days before your testimony. Did you ever talk about an outline of your testimony or what your testimony would be?
No, sir.
Okay. You ultimately have more conversations on June 16th. Do you remember those conversations on June 16th?
Not specifically, no.
You don't remember them specifically? Do you remember whether or not you talked about the case with Attorney Jackson on June 16th?
We did not talk about the case, no.
I see. Did you ever email with Attorney Jackson around that time?
In June 10th?
Before your voir dire?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. So everything from your mind was just logistics at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you came in for June 17th?
I believe the voir dire was the 18th.
Okay. Do you remember having phone calls on the 18th with Attorney Jackson?
The day of the voir dire?
Yes.
I could have to let him know that I arrived.
Well, so you check in with a client, tell them you're on their way, even though you're not going to meet them?
To let them know that I'm coming to court?
Okay. And so, when you testified in the voir dire, then did you have further conversations with Attorney Jackson?
After the voir dire?
Yeah.
Yes.
And did you talk about the case?
No, sir.
You had to testify, or you came and you testified on the 24th?
That sounds right.
You had a number of phone calls before the 24th. You had a series of phone calls on the 17th, 2 on the 18th, 2 on the 19th. Do you know what any of those were about?
I think it was about the logistics of arriving here because I know that I was going to, as opposed to driving, I know I was going to fly in this time.
Okay, how about the 21st and 23rd? There's a call on the 21st and 2 on the 23rd. Did you talk about the case?
No.
And so when you came into trial to testify, you were just relying on the opinions you had already provided in the past?
That were written in the February 12th report
Yeah.
of 2024?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you had not talked about the case with Attorney Jackson or any member of this team?
No, it was all in the report, and that's ultimately what I testified exactly to at the time of trial in the voir dire, sir.
And you did not talk to Attorney Jackson or anybody else about the case?
No, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you an email, do you recognize that?
Yes.
From you to who?
To Mr. Jackson.
Okay. And what's it labeled as?
WOLFE Direct.
And that's before you testified on trial 24?
It's at 6 p.m. the night before I testified, yes.
So it's before you testified?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you this document. Do you recognize that one?
Yes.
What's that?
That is the attachment to the email.
Okay. You recognize reading that?
Yes.
Do you recognize discussing the case before you testified on June 24, 2024?
I never discussed this with him. This is something that I sent to him, that I did on my own, and that I sent to him. But he never asked this of me, and we never discussed it.
So you sent him what you thought would be the best questions and answers for him to ask you when you testified?
So this is something I routinely do when I work with attorneys, okay? I prepare this on my own to prep myself and prepare for trial.
Can I get that, please? There's an email with a document I'd like to attach this as an exhibit.
Okay. Exhibit 1. 1.
So you assisted the
Hold on.
defense before your testimony.
Hold on.
Where's the one with the comments on? Thank you. So you assisted the defense in anticipation of your testimony by sharing with them the questions and answers you thought would be most helpful.
Again, as I mentioned, this is something that I do internally to prepare. I sent that to him the evening before I testified at 6 p.m. I presume that he already had his direct examination done at that point. So I sent that to him, yes.
That's a lot of answers other than the one for my question. The one for my question is...
Hold the comments, please.
My question was, you had communications offering information to the defense before you testified in a way that you thought would help the testimony, didn't you?
Well, first off, I have no idea if he even read it or utilized anything from it.
But that's not really answering the question I just asked, is it?
Can you repeat the question?
Of course I can. So when you sent a direct examination to Attorney Jackson before your testimony, you communicated with Attorney Jackson, providing information that you thought would best help your testimony in court?
Well, I think ultimately it's to help the jury understand my report and my analysis.
Do you think it's helpful not answering the question and just diverting every time I ask you something? Do you think that's helpful?
Sustained.
Do you want to answer my question, or do you want me to move on?
I think I answered your question.
I don't think you did, so I'll ask it one more time.
All right, no comments, please.
Do you think that providing a direct examination to the defense before you testified is in any way assisting preparing for your testimony?
Again, I don't know if he even utilized it, sir. And certainly if the Commonwealth had reached out, they could have gotten a copy of that as well. It would have been the same exact outline whether I testified on behalf of the defense or behalf of the Commonwealth.
You don't want to answer my question?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you ever make any comments or discuss the outline that you provided to the defense to help better the testimony for the defense?
I did put comments, yes.
When I just showed you that document and you said you just sent it because this is a standard thing, why didn't you just tell us that you made comments that would assist the defense? Why didn't you share that when I just asked the question?
I don't understand your
You
question.
don't understand my question. I asked you about the outline, the direct examination you provided to the defense, and you gave me a response that this is something typical, but it's just an outline. You wouldn't answer whether it would help the defense or not, but the reality is you were assisting the defense, isn't it?
Objection, Your
I'm
Honor.
going to allow that.
You were making suggestions to help the defense, weren't you?
Sir, it wasn't to help the defense. It wasn't to help anyone but the jury understand things. As I just mentioned, that outline, if it was asked if I had sent one to the Commonwealth, you would have gotten the exact same copy.
You didn't send one to the Commonwealth.
The Commonwealth never reached out to us, sir.
So what you've said in this is there was a question about, so not being able to inspect the vehicle is something that is not uncommon in your line of work, and you wrote back, absolutely not, correct?
Correct.
And you made a comment to assist the jury, according to you, only to assist the jury. Not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination. I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles. I had enough information from the material I reviewed, so it wasn't necessary. Need to show jury it doesn't matter in this case. Were those your comments to the defense before your testimony?
Absolutely. And it would have been the same argument probably from the defense if you had called me a witness about not being able to inspect the vehicle. I wanted the jury to have an understand that for the analysis I undertook, it did not matter that I did not physically inspect the vehicle, sir.
So when you're telling us here, under oath, before this court, that you did nothing to assist the defense, you do not think that you making these suggestions on how to better the testimony for the defense, you don't think that's helping the defense?
No.
Okay. You said, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination. So you're making suggestions to the defense about what you think could be helpful in the direct examination, correct?
Sir, there were never any conversations between me and Mr. Jackson about what questions to ask, what not to ask. Again, I prepared that internally on my behalf and sent that to him. Whether he utilized it or not, I have no idea.
Not my question. Not my question. What I'm asking you is when you wrote to the defense and said, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination,
Yes, slow down.
sorry, when you wrote and offered, unsolicited according to you, to the defense, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination, weren't you trying to help, sir?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
And then when you wrote, I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles, who's they?
Well, it would have been the prosecution in this case.
But you're not taking sides, you're totally objective, right?
Sir, that is a question that's routinely raised when I testify about whether or not we inspected the vehicle. So I know it would be a potential issue that would be raised by either side.
So you were alerting the defense that you thought that this may become an issue, weren't you?
It was more or less to make sure the jury had an understanding that because I didn't physically inspect the vehicle, it did not matter for my analysis, sir. I wanted to make sure the jury understood that.
Don't hide behind the jury. I'm talking about your communications with the defense. I'm asking you specifically about your conversations with the defense.
That's two questions. Ask one question.
You wrote, I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles. That's what you wrote, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. The tone in the argumentation.
Did you write that?
Yes.
Right. And when you said they, you're referring to the opposition, the Commonwealth, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you offer an explanation or a way to deal with what the Commonwealth may confront you with, don't you? You make a suggestion to help the defense, don't you?
Again, it was to help the jury understand that because I did not physically inspect the vehicle, it did not matter for my analysis. That was the point I was trying to make.
I had enough information from the material I reviewed, so it wasn't necessary. Need to show the jury it doesn't matter in this case. That's what you wrote.
Right, need to show the jury.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to make sure that that point was understood, to the jury.
In your collaboration with the defense, that's not all you wrote, is it? You gave them discretion about things that you should or shouldn't say in front of that jury who you say you want to hear everything. Didn't you?
There were other comments, yes.
If you want the jury to hear everything, you wouldn't be relying on the defense to tell you what to say and not say, would you?
I don't know if I understand your question.
Okay, you'll understand if I read this. Number 19. Would it be fair to say that because you do a lot of nighttime visibility work, your cases frequently involve pedestrians? You remember that one?
Yes.
And then you wrote back, yes, unfortunately, there is a direct correlation between the time of day and pedestrian fatalities. You remember that?
Yes.
Statistically speaking, most pedestrian fatalities occur during the evening and night hours. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
So my specialty in the area of lighting and human factors results in a lot of my cases involving pedestrians. Yes?
Yes.
Oh. And then, do you defer to the defense, not the jury, trying to give the full story to the jury, do you defer to the defense in exercising discretion on what you will or will not say to the jury back then?
Well, allow me to explain, if you will.
I'm asking you a question.
Well, let me explain.
No, I'm asking you, did you defer?
Answer the question first.
Did you defer to the defense on what information they wanted you to put in front of that last jury or not?
I didn't defer to them. The reason for that comment is a few reasons, sir.
Let me read it, and then you can give any explanation you want.
Hold on. Next question, Mr. Brennan,
You
and
said-
then you answer, Dr. Wolfe.
You said, if you don't want me to say this, that's fine. Are those your words?
Yes. Allow me to explain. Because, for one, I want the jury to have an understanding, again, the jury to have an understanding of my background in lighting and human factors and how it relates to me seeing a lot of pedestrian impacts, right? So I want them to have that understanding. At the same time, I don't want them to get caught up in a statistic that just because there's more pedestrian impacts at night, that this alleged incident must have occurred because of that statistic.
Question 31. Have you been qualified as an expert in court before? And you wrote back, yes. Remember that?
Yes.
And then you made another comment. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I realized in my testimony, I said about 20 times when you asked how many times I've been qualified. You were referring to your voir dire testimony, correct?
Correct.
I misinterpreted your questions, which was my fault, but in looking at my D&T lists, it's 11 trials and 7 depositions. 18 testimonies total, correct?
Correct.
Not sure if you want me to clear this up or just leave it. Wouldn't you want to clear up a misstatement when you realize you had made a mistake? Wouldn't you want to inform the court, I stated qualifications I didn't have, it was unintentional, but it was a mistake?
Well, that's exactly why I put the comment in there,
Well,
sir.
You put the comment, you didn't put the comment to the Commonwealth, did you?
Again, you all never contacted us, sir.
Did you comment to the court who you made the representations in front of? Did you let the court know that you made a representation that was inaccurate?
Again, that's why I put the comment in there to...
Did you inform the court about your misrepresentation?
No, I did not
No.
inform the court.
You relied on the defense and gave them the discretion whether they were going to clarify the record or not, correct?
But I provided the clarification, yes.
Mr. Brennan, could you move along, please?
As you sit here today, you don't really know how many communications you had with the defense before your last testimony, do you?
For trial one,
Yes, trial one.
I think it's all memorialized in the records and the emails that were produced.
The ones that were produced, but not things that were lost or destroyed or deleted, correct?
Again, there are records, even though the physical texts aren't there, there's certainly records of the calls, incoming, outgoing, as well as texts.
Do you remember when you testified in the voir dire, you were asked that before that morning, when you walked into court, you had never met Attorney Jackson face to face?
Correct.
But you met him in court that day, right?
I believe I met him that day, yes.
You were asked whether or not you had ever discussed at trial now, after the voir dire, on June 24th, you were asked whether you ever discussed the substance of any of your testimony. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And so when you shared questions and answers and suggestions by email, was the statement under oath, "You and I have never discussed the substance of your testimony." Is that still truthful?
We never discussed it, sir. Again, I sent it to him on my own behalf. There was
And-
no discussion that took place between Mr. Jackson about that.
You made comments after this was exchanged.
That was sent with the comments, sir.
And then you were asked whether you had ever been paid by the defense. You said no. You were later paid by the defense, weren't you?
ARCA did send an invoice afterwards, yes.
Did you talk to ARCA about that? About the billing in this case?
No.
You submitted your bill? Yes?
ARCA submitted the bill?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Klein, he was involved in the testing you did, wasn't he?
Yes.
Why is it that Mr. Klein didn't come in and join you? Who made that decision for trial?
Well, I think it was around, again, when we were talking about those June calls, I think that there was some discussion between Mr. Jackson and myself about Mr. Klein's involvement, and ultimately, he's also an accident reconstructionist, so it essentially would have been duplicative testimony. So we didn't feel, or Mr. Jackson, I don't think, felt it was necessary to call Mr. Klein as well.
That sounds like a little bit more than just scheduling, doesn't it?
I would describe that as logistics, sir.
Logistics. You had to describe what Mr. Klein's role was or wasn't in that report, didn't you?
Again, I went over his background as an accident reconstructionist, yes.
Well, so you only talked about background, and from that the decision was made not to call him, or did you talk about his role in your testing and in your opinions?
I didn't talk about his role, sir. I think ultimately the decision obviously was made by Mr. Jackson, not
I
me.
understand that, but I want to know what the conversation was that led to the decision not to call Mr. Klein. It wasn't simply logistics. What was the discussion you had?
Well, I told him that, again, we're both accident reconstructionists. Dr. RANTCHLER is a biomechanical engineer, so there would have been essentially duplicative testimony from both of us.
Well, your report's never very clear who did what. Would you agree with me the report is a general report that has yours, Dr. RANTCHLER, and Dr. Klein's name on it? Would you agree with me?
All three of our names are on it,
Right.
yes.
It doesn't distinguish who did what in that report, does it?
Correct, but I think it certainly was testified to at the voir dire in the time of trial.
Before the voir dire, when you spoke to the defense, did you explain to them what the different roles were for the different people that led to the decision not to call Mr. Klein?
Again, we went over our backgrounds, and I think from that you can deduce that.
I don't know what that means.
Well, if you're familiar with what an accident reconstructionist does and you're familiar with what a biomechanical engineer does, then you would be able to understand that.
Well, it would be easier to understand if you could just tell us what the conversation was. That's what I'm asking you about.
I'll allow it.
When you had a conversation with the defense, did you tell them the role that Mr. Klein played in your investigation and in your conclusions?
Again, I told him that we are both accident reconstructionists.
Okay. And he chose you instead of Mr. Klein. Did you say there was a difference between you and Mr. Klein and what you did?
No, again, we were both a part of the testing. We were both a part of the review. So we had exactly the same role, essentially.
Did you tell him that?
No, again, I told him that we were both accident reconstructionists.
And you remember that's all you said about it?
Yes.
During the voir dire and the trial, did you get to watch any of the Commonwealth's experts?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you ever communicate with the defense about any questions and answers that could or should be asked?
No, but I will note that during the entirety of the first trial, the Department of Justice was closely watching it, and we had certainly a direct line of communication with them that they were giving us and providing us information about the trial as it was ongoing.
Did you ever communicate with the defense about questions and answers to ask?
No, sir.
Did you ever see anybody's testimony at any time during the first trial?
I might have seen a few news clips, but I didn't watch any specifically, no.
Did you ever watch anybody's testimony? Did you ever watch any of the reconstruction's testimony?
No, sir.
Did you, after the trial, spend any private time with the defense?
No, I left town.
Okay. You didn't go to lunches or parties or anything like that?
No, I went straight to the airport.
Straight. Okay. And, sir, is there any other communications that you've had with the defense that you didn't tell us about outside the texts and the phone calls and the signal calls? Or any other communications that you can think of that you had with the defense?
No, sir. I've provided everything I have in my possession.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Lessie, do you have anything?
I sure do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Are we going to get to Dr. Rentschler today or not?
Well, you know how much time Mr. Brennan's...
I'm just asking you.
I hope so, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with the document?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Wolfe, I am providing you with a document. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the order for production of records.
And is that an order from this court?
Yes, sir.
And is this the order that you were provided with in response to recent matters with regard to this court and what you should or should not be keeping in terms of records and what you should be producing with regard to records?
Yes.
Could you please read the, excuse me, at this time, Your Honor?
I have it in front of me.
Okay, well, I understand. So if Your Honor has it, I would like it to be part of the hearing record.
Sure, we can mark it.
Yeah, that's exactly, thank you.
Exhibit 2.
Thank you. I offered it into evidence, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I allow the witness to have that, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Take that, Judge. You're with me, Your Honor. Dr. Wolfe, I realize that the court has a copy of this, but I'd like you to please read the first sentence in the indentation at the top after following.
Okay. All records within ARCA's or its owners, partners, employees, or representatives' possession, custody, or control in whatever format kept that reflect or in any way relate to work performed or contemplated and related in any way to billing, payment, compensation, and or reimbursement of any kind in connection with Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Did you, and to the best of your knowledge, everyone associated with ARCA comply completely with this order with regard to the records that are requested in it?
Yes, everything I had in my possession and that ARCA had in our possession, we produced.
What I'd like to do is to go back in time with regard to your interactions with the United States Department of Justice in February of 2024. Was ARCA under a contract with the United States Department of Justice?
Yes, sir.
Was there a contract number assigned to that contract?
Yes.
Was there an internal number at ARCA for which all time was billed for your work on that matter in February of 2024?
Yes.
Did that contract number that began in February of 2024 ever change in ARCA?
Well, let me just clarify something real quick. So the original case when it came in from the Department of Justice was in the year of 2023. So when that project was opened with the Department of Justice, we assigned a project number to it. That project number from the original case with the Department of Justice remained the same all the way through the trial.
And now let's go from in the trial in June of 2024, correct?
Correct, yes.
From June of 2024 to the end of December of 2024, did that contract number ever change?
No.
To your knowledge, when you were entering time under that contract number for your work, did you understand that that time was going to be billed to that contract number with the U.S. government?
That was my assumption, yes.
Did you have, from any time in 2024, any understanding that any of your time that you were entering was to be billed to the defense team in this case?
No, sir.
Let's now go to your first interactions with the defense. As I understand it, well, why don't you tell me what was the first date of your understanding of interactions with the defense?
I believe it was sometime in mid to end of March of 2024. Again, that would have been over a month from when we issued our report to the Department of Justice.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, what I have is the entire production that ARCA made. I think it would ease in terms of the...
Sure, he can have it.
Thank you. Use that pursuant to the subject of the Honor's permission to answer any of my questions if you need to.
Okay.
Now, in March of 2024, had your final report been issued, the final report that you prepared for the U.S. government?
Yes, that was issued on February 12th of 2024.
From February 12th of 2024 until you sit here today, has there been any change whatsoever to that report?
No.
Have the conclusions in that report stayed the same since it was finalized for the U.S. Department of Justice in February of 2024?
Yes, and that was testified to at the voir dire and certainly at the time of trial.
Did the defense at any time have any discussions with you about the substance of that report to the United States Department of Justice?
No, we had no idea who the defense was or the Commonwealth for that matter.
And when you took the stand in the voir dire testimony in the first trial, before you took the stand, did you have any discussions with any member of the defense about the substance of that report?
No, sir.
Did you have any discussions with any member of the defense before the voir dire testimony other than discussions about background and qualifications?
Other than, again, some logistics about how to get up here, where to go, things of that nature. But beyond that, no.
Other than logistics, how to get up here, when you were coming, background qualifications, did you have any discussions with any member of the defense of any kind with regard to the report to the U.S. Department of Justice?
No, sir.
Did the defense ever try to get you to improve or change any aspect of the report you had issued to the Department of Justice?
No.
At the time that ARCA was working for the United States Department of Justice, do you know whether ARCA could have been retained by any other party for any aspect related to the February 2024 report?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
In 2024, did the federal government prevent ARCA from entering into any contract with any other party with regard to your report of February of 2024?
So we were, again, because we were still under contract with the Department of Justice, we could not have any other formal agreements, contracts, retainers, anything of that nature, because we were still under contract with the Department of Justice.
Now let's go to the emails that were discussed with you, starting with March 20, 2024, and then the subsequent email of March 22nd, 2024.
Okay.
Are you there, sir?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Well, let's test to make sure. March 20, 2024, 10:49 a.m. from Alan Jackson to Daniel Wolfe. Do you have that?
Yes.
And that email states in substance, thank you so much for taking the time to get on with the phone this morning. Pursuant to our conversation, please feel free to forward an engagement letter to this email address. I will get that countersigned and returned to you forthwith along with your retainer as required. As of March 20th, 2024, was there any understanding that ARCA would be compensated by the defense for any aspect of current or future work?
No.
Was there any understanding or discussion that ARCA would receive any reward or payment or compensation for any contemplated work with the defense?
No.
The discussions that you had with Mr. Jackson that are the subject of this March 2024 email, were there any inducements to ARCA from the defense?
No, sir.
After that email was received by you, did you have any understanding or expectation of any kind that ARCA would be compensated for any work associated with this case?
No, sir.
What was, briefly, the essence of that conversation that's discussed in the March 20, 2024 email?
Well, if it correlates to when I'm looking back at this phone record log, there was an incoming call to the ARCA main line on March 20th, 2024 at 7 a.m., and that's Pacific Standard Time, so that would have been at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. So that call lasted for 39 minutes. And as I mentioned earlier with Mr. Brennan, I think that was a conversation about Alan trying to get in touch with me, letting us know that, hey, we've received your all's report as part of this federal investigation. You know, how can we go about utilizing you guys to come testify at trial? Can you guys come testify at trial? So, and then as I mentioned, I went over him with our typical, protocol for when a case comes in and a client wants to utilize us to testify, which is certainly outlined in that email. But obviously, given the very unique nature of this case, I had no idea if that was something that was okay, if it was allowed, what to do. So subsequent to that email, I then reached out to the Department of Justice to get clarification on what the guidelines would be to move forward.
I'm going to come back to these emails, but I want to go right to the July invoice from ARCA to Worksman Jackson Firm. So can you locate that? Is that in your production? It's the July invoice.
Yes. I have it located, yes.
Did you ever have any discussion of any kind with any member of the defense team about that invoice before July 12th of 2024?
No, sir. And I will note, I am not a part of the invoicing or accounting at ARCA. When a bill goes out, how much it goes out for, who it goes to, I'm not a part of that at all.
For each and every entry on that invoice, did you have any understanding that the defense team, as you're making each of those entries, any understanding that the defense team was going to be paying for any of that work?
No, again, I think my boss wants to know what I'm doing with my time, right? What am I working on? Am I sitting there twiddling my thumbs, or am I working on a case? So that's the purpose of tracking time, sir.
So can you please describe how it is you enter time and what your thought process is as you're entering each of those time entries? Not each one, but just collectively. How do you do it? Why do you do it? And how does that work in your firm?
So again, there's usually just a spreadsheet. Sometimes I'll write it down. Maybe my project manager will enter it. But ultimately, I keep track. If I've got an 8-9 hour day, right? I'm working on multiple cases that day, right? So I figure out, all right, did I have a telephone call? Did I work on a report for this long, right? So I keep track of my time in a spreadsheet so that ultimately, again, my boss and the accounting department knows what was Dr. Wolfe doing on this day, this month.
Let's take the first entry on May 1st, 2024. You see that?
Yes.
Did you have any understanding when you made that entry that the defense was going to be paying for that time?
No.
6/9/2024. Did you have any understanding when you made that entry that the defense was going to be paying for that time?
No.
For any entry on this invoice, did you have any understanding that the defense was going to be paying for this time?
No, sir.
When you're entering this time, if you had any understanding, was your understanding that this time was under the contract with the U.S. government?
Yes, because that's the project number that I put that time towards.
So at the time you're making each one of these entries on this entire invoice, what project number are you billing to, and which one do you have in mind at that time?
I don't recall it off the top of my head. I know it was the project number for the Department of Justice case, though.
Right. I'm sorry. I wasn't asking about the specific number,
right,
but the ultimate client, when you're making each of these entries, who is it?
It's the Department of Justice.
Is it the defense in this case?
No, sir.
Did you ever have any discussion at all with any member of the defense team that this invoice was going to be sent to the defense?
No.
For any entry on this invoice, did you ever have any belief that you were retained or engaged by the defense?
No, and as I mentioned earlier, again, the Department of Justice forbid that. So we could not be retained or in a contract with the defense.
I would like to now go back to the emails we were talking about. Specifically, we left off with the March 20, 2024. I want to now go to the March 22nd, 2024 email. I'm just going to shorthand that, refer to it as the pause email. What had happened between March 20th, 2024 and March 22nd, 2024?
Do you have the tab for that, the email that you're looking at? Sorry.
Tab 1, please.
Tab, okay. Right, so the first email that we were talking about on March 20th, 2024 from Mr. Jackson to myself, it looks like the next email was from me to Mr. Jackson 2 days later, March 22nd, 2024 at 6 a.m., I sent an email saying, "Hi, Alan. Subsequent to our conversation on Wednesday, the U.S. District Attorney's Office has asked that we pause on any further conversation until we receive additional information from their office regarding our involvement moving forward. I will provide you an update when I have it." So what it sounds like, and from what I recall, is that between March 20th, 2024 and March 22nd, 2024, I had reached out to the U.S. Department of Justice and the U.S. Attorney's Office to get clarification on, again, moving forward with potentially testifying in the case.
And what did the United States Department of Justice tell you?
They said to wait basically until they internally figured it out.
So what was your conclusion from that conversation as to whether you could do any work on this case at that point?
At that point, I didn't even know if we were going to be allowed to testify. I know that from my conversation with the Department of Justice, I knew that there was a great deal of confusion on their end on whether or not, as expert witnesses involved in a federal investigation, if we would be even allowed to testify in the state matter. So their legal teams were trying to, I think, figure out what the road forward looked like.
And were you entering time under that U.S. contract matter in March of 2024?
Yes.
And do you know where that time was being billed to?
It would have been the same project number as the Department of Justice one.
That time was not, to your knowledge, being billed to the defense, was it?
No, again, there was through the entirety from, again, when the case from the Department of Justice came in 2023 till the trial concluded, all of the time was put to that one project number.
In March of 22nd of 2024, was any engagement letter sent to the defense?
No.
As of March 22nd, was there any retainer sent to the defense?
No, there was never a contract or retainer sent to the defense in 2024 at all.
So in terms of the discussion in the March 2024 email about engagement letter and retainers, were any of those ever sent?
No, we were not allowed.
And let's go back to that discussion of March 20th about engagement letter, retainer letter. Was that discussion where you were talking specifically about what you were going to do with the defense in terms of that relationship, or was it a general specific type discussion of the policies and billing procedures of ARCA?
Certainly, as is alluded to in the email, I prescribed to him our typical operating procedure for when a case comes in. But again, I remember a part of that call, there was a great deal of confusion about what do we even do from here.
So as of March 22nd, 2024, can you just briefly describe whether there was any further activity at all by ARCA with regard to the defense?
No, I don't believe so. I don't think that there was no communication, I don't think, until about a month later in April, after I had received that clarification.
Now let's go to April. Let's go to the voir dire hearing of April. When you sat on the stand under oath for the voir dire hearing, had there been any substantive conversations about the topics in the February report to the Department of Justice?
No, sir.
None at all?
None.
What briefly were the substance of the conversations you had with the defense team as of the moment you sat for the voir dire hearing in April of 2024?
Again, they were all scheduling, logistics, and when I look at these records here, I see a phone call for 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 6 minutes. There's a few that are for 1 minute, which I think, again, we were maybe just playing phone tag. But again, these calls are very short in nature. So again, it was just trying to figure out, obviously I know that this was a large trial, a lengthy trial, a lot of witnesses, things are fluid. So I know that Alan ultimately, I think, would reach out to me. And then, like I said, he would give me an idea, hey, can you come this day, right? And then I would relay that to Dr. RANTCHLER and say, yeah, that works for me. So that I would get back to Alan. So that's what those conversations were. Again, coordinating our testimony to appear for the voir dire.
It might appear to some that there were a number of conversations before and communications with the defense before you sat for the voir dire hearing. Were those conversations about logistics, background and qualifications, or did those conversations entail other topics?
No, it's what we've covered. Again, that March 20th, 2024 phone call, the very first one of 39 minutes, again, was us trying to figure out what the heck to do. The May 1st phone call, which was 40 minutes, again, was me going over my background, the work that I do, my qualifications, education. Other than that, there are very short phone calls, like I said, of 6 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute, 9 minutes, right? And again, that was in preparation to appear in terms of scheduling, logistics, timing for the voir dire.
At the voir dire hearing, do you recall the Commonwealth asking you any questions at all about whether you were being compensated by the defense?
I don't recall a single question by the Commonwealth on that, no.
Did the Commonwealth ask you any questions at that voir dire hearing about whether you had any substantive discussions with the defense about your February report to the United States Department of Justice?
I don't believe they asked, no.
Did the Commonwealth at that voir dire hearing ask you any questions about whether you had any promises or inducements from the defense before you sat down for that voir dire hearing?
No.
Now let's go to the next tab with regard to the outlines that you were asked on direct examination by Attorney Brennan. You've described this situation, well, you described how it is you viewed this situation. Have you ever been in this situation before where you're under contract with the federal government, there's rules of the road, so to speak, as what you can do, what you can't do, and then you've got a private defense team. Have you ever been in that situation before?
No, I think it's truly one of a kind, and I don't know that that'll ever happen again.
And have you ever been in a situation like that since?
No, sir.
Did that cause you to have more or less communications with Mr. Jackson to figure out what it is you were going to do or not do?
Sure, yes.
In terms of your outlines that you sent to Mr. Jackson, did he ever broach in any way at all any idea of you sending him an outline?
He never asked, no.
Was there even any discussions that you might send an outline?
No, as I mentioned, it's something that for me is customary as I'm preparing internally for trial, right? I'm not going to come to trial, not review anything, not look over my notes, right? It's something that I do internally so that I can have an understanding how do I want to try to answer questions that might be posed to me such that I can have the jury understand how did I arrive at my opinions.
Was it important to you before you sent that email with those outlines, was it important to you that the jury got a fair and accurate presentation of the work you had performed in association with your February report?
Yes, I think that that's my job.
Was there any other motivation that you had in sending that outline in that email to Mr. Jackson other than making sure testimony was elicited that would make your perspective clear to the jury?
No, that was the only reason.
Were you trying to, in any way, favor the defense, give the defense any favor with regard to that trial?
Absolutely not.
What was your goal, both with sending the outline and the testimony at trial? What was your goal?
Again, as I mentioned, I think it's to help the jury understand the report, the analysis, what I did, what I reviewed.
Did the defense ever ask you to communicate to the jury about any aspect of your report in any way?
No, sir.
And did you, in fact, communicate to the jury what it is you intended to effectuate the goal that you just explicated?
I think so, yes.
And with regard to the comments that were in those outlines, what was your intention in putting in those comments?
Again, is to provide the jury, again, like for example, with the nighttime pedestrian statistic, right? It was to have them have an understanding that, I wanted them to have an understanding that I do a lot of nighttime invisibility work, right? So therefore, I see a lot of pedestrian impacts. But again, I don't want them to take that statistic and say, well, we have this alleged incident, there was bad weather conditions, it was nighttime, therefore, we should give that more weight.
And is that desire of yours, in your mind, to help the defense more than to help the Commonwealth?
No, it's impartial, and I will note, I give numerous presentations, and I think slide 2 or 3 on presentations I give, it's going over that very same statistic. I would never shy or hide away from that statistic, and I believe I testified to that very statistic or that comment at the voir dire and in my trial testimony.
In terms of after you sent the emails with quals and issues pertaining to direct testimony, did you ever have any communication of any kind whatsoever with the defense team?
No, he didn't. Mr. Jackson didn't even respond. And I think when I sent the direct outline, it was Sunday evening before I hopped on a plane. And I think by the time I got into Boston, it was like 1 a.m. So I didn't even have a chance.
When you took the stand to testify the next day in that trial, had you had one word of a conversation with Mr. Jackson or any other member of the defense team about the substance of your upcoming testimony?
No, sir.
So you went and sat during that trial and gave testimony to the jury without ever having talked to a member of the defense team about the substance of your February 2024 report?
Correct.
Do you recall any member of the Commonwealth asking any questions at all during your trial testimony about whether you had been compensated by the defense?
No.
Do you recall the Commonwealth ever asking any questions at all whether you had communicated with any member of the defense with regard to your testimony during your trial testimony?
I don't think that was asked. No.
Do you recall any questions from the Commonwealth about whether back in March or any other time you had been promised or induced by the defense? Do you remember any of those questions?
No.
Do you remember any questions by the Commonwealth at either the voir dire or the direct testimony about whether you had had conversations with the defense?
No.
Do you remember any questions of the Commonwealth at all before you sat down and after you sat down for trial about whether you had any text communications with any members of the defense?
No.
At the end of the trial, did you have any understanding whatsoever that ARCA was going to be compensated by the defense?
No.
At the end of the trial, did any member of the defense ever say to you, we're now going to compensate you for any of your work up to the time of your trial testimony?
No, and the records certainly reflect that I never spoke to Mr. Jackson after the trial in 2024. There was no conversations between us.
Well, let's go beyond Mr. Jackson. Let's go to any human being. Did you have any discussions with any human being as to whether the defense was going to compensate you for any work, travel, expenses, disbursements that you had or incurred up to and through your trial testimony?
No.
And at that time, were you still under contract with the United States Department of Justice?
Yes.
Now let's proceed to December of 2024. Were there any conversations from the end of the trial until December of 2024, other than logistics? Well, was there any conversations of any kind? And please summarize briefly what they were. Or texts.
The only communication that I had with the defense was Mr. Jackson. After I took the stand, I think that he sent me a text just thanking, again, for my time traveling up here. I said it was great, and then we left, and that was it. I did not communicate with Mr. Jackson for the remainder of 2024.
Now let's go to recent communications. In 2025, did you have any communications with any member of the defense with regard to the potential? Well, let me go backwards. Let me go to the invoice. Let me go to the July invoice.
Okay.
How did you learn that that invoice was paid? If you learned at all, how did you learn that that invoice was paid?
I didn't learn. I didn't know that it was paid. I didn't even know it was sent.
Now let's go to this year. Did the defense approach ARCA to see if they might be able to testify in this trial that's currently pending?
Well, I think that the first communication of 2025 that happened between myself and Mr. Jackson was in February 13th of 2025. There was 2 calls, 25 minutes and 5 minutes, but it looks like just because there was a disconnect. So it was about a 30-minute call with him in February of this year.
And what was the substance of that call?
Well, I think back to that time frame, I became aware that I think that there was a motion or two regarding ARCA and potentially excluding our testimony for the upcoming trial. I also know that around that time, unfortunately, I ended up getting a significant amount of harassment through emails, and unfortunately even spread into my personal life where my wife was affected. They were posting pictures of my 4 kids all over the internet. So it was somewhat of a difficult time on my end, and I think what prompted me to reach out to Mr. Jackson was to figure out what's going on. Why is my family all over the internet? You know, why are they talking about me? Why am I getting all these hate emails? So it was, I think, a conversation to figure out, hey, you know, there's been several months that have passed. It looks like there's some motions pending against us. I'm getting a bunch of harassment. What's going on?
Do you have an understanding of why you were getting hate mails, hate emails, hate communications, your wife, your children? What did you conclude was the reason why you were receiving that?
I honestly don't know. I presume it was about comments made to me in court or that were represented about ARCA or myself.
So just so I'm clear on that, it was, you believe, regarding comments about ARCA and whether and what? Can you be a little more specific what your understanding was?
Well, I know that I received several emails that, you know, insinuated that I perjured myself on the stand. Like I said, and a lot of hateful comments just about me and the work that I do. So I received several emails with respect to that.
Sir, do you believe you have ever made an untruthful statement at all with regard to this matter?
No, sir.
Have you done your best to try to provide accurate and truthful information in this matter?
Yes.
Now to the last part, which is, did the defense contact you with regard to potential further work? I want to separate out now and move on from the work that you did with regard to the U.S. Department of Justice, your February 2024 report. We went all the way through the trial in that matter. We went to the end of 2024. Now I want to come to 2025 in a different subject matter, which is communications with the defense about doing further work for this trial.
Yes.
What was the nature of the communication? And so we can move through this rather quickly, but
Yep.
importantly, I want to get it complete and accurate. Just describe what the communications were on a timeline basis, subject matter, and with regard to your understanding of why you were contacted.
So subsequent to that February 13th call, as I mentioned, Mr. Jackson had indicated that he preferred to utilize Signal to communicate. So we exchanged a few messages and phone calls on that. Like I said, they were rather short.
I'm going to interrupt you for there a bit. Was there any discussion about the reason for Signal because the prosecution had been subpoenaing the phones of Mrs. and Dr. Reed, subpoenaing and seizing the phone of Miss Reed, that phones of defense attorneys had been requested to be looked at? Was there any understanding in your mind that there was a need to go to Signal to protect the defense and the integrity of the defense?
I didn't know that was happening, but like I said, I did not have a problem with communicating. To me, it was just another messaging app. I know people use all different types of applications, so I didn't have a problem with it.
Was there anything in your mind nefarious or underhanded about using Signal?
No.
And my understanding is it's the first time you used a Signal app with regard to a matter professionally. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Did you get any understanding from communications with the defense that there was anything at all untoward about communicating through Signal?
No, I was not aware of any issue with using that communication.
Was there any communication whatsoever that you can recall on Signal that you have any concern about as you sit here today?
No.
And what were the majority of the communications, as best you recall, with the defense on Signal?
Well, as I described, I know that at that point, and like I said, it was primarily confined to a pretty short window in March, but Mr. Jackson had indicated that around that time, I think ARCO was being litigated by this court in terms of our involvement in the case. I know that they had started to, I think, receive discovery as it relates to the Commonwealth's accident reconstructionist and biomechanist. So they were, I think, interested in utilizing us potentially in the second trial. So I think that they had submitted a letter to the U.S. Attorney's Office to try to be able to work with us. I said that on my end, I could reach out to them because I hadn't heard from them in months. So I think it was around mid-March, I had reached out to the U.S. Attorney's Office to try to get my own clarification on whether or not we could move forward.
All right, so I want to stop you there. I apologize for interrupting you, sir. But what was the date that you reached out to the U.S. Department of Justice to see if you could participate in the second trial?
Probably around mid-March, maybe March 18th, March 15th.
Did you have an understanding at that time that the Commonwealth had retained an entirely new firm and expert in the area of accident reconstruction?
I think Mr. Jackson had indicated that there had been some material disclosed, but I think it was just a simple report or something of that nature at that point in time.
Was it a report, just like a page and a quarter or so of findings and conclusions and then a slide presentation? Is that what it was?
Yes, that sounds right.
Was any of that information at all helpful or meaningful to you in your ability to respond to that and to determine what was done and what ARCA might want to do in response?
Well, certainly not the report. The report was very, very brief. The PowerPoint, somewhat hard to follow, but again, it really didn't provide a complete picture.
And in terms of scans, electronic data, etc., do you recall when you finally got that information?
Well, I think that would have been after the defense officially retained us on March 26th. I think that's when we received that information.
So in terms of the information that you received, those scans, etc., did that allow you to proceed with any meaningful work?
Well, it gave us, again, a better insight into the foundation or the basis for the analysis, yes.
Could you have proceeded with a contract with anybody, not just the defense, but anybody, with the level of information you had before you got the scans and the data?
I think it would be very difficult to do so.
Could you have even created a scope of work based upon that report and that PowerPoint presentation?
Most likely not, just because some of the areas that Dr. RANTCHLER and myself are particularly interested in are extremely vague in that report in PowerPoint.
Once you got the level of information that you have now, what is the ordinary time it would take in the regular course of ARCA's business to evaluate that information and prepare your own report, analysis, and finding? In the ordinary course, how much time would it take ARCA to do that?
Well, certainly for the nature of this case, as I mentioned, we were officially retained by the defense on March 26, 2025. As I mentioned, I myself just got word from the Department of Justice just a day or two, I think, prior to that we could move forward. So immediately, once Mr. Jackson, I indicated to him on the 26th that we did have authorization to move forward, he immediately asked that I send over, again, our typical procedure with the contract and retainer. And I think that same day, at the 26th or the 27th, his office sent over, I believe, links to notices of discovery, I believe 1 through 62, which I think encompassed about 800 gigabytes worth of information and data.
How much in relative term, 800 gigabytes? Is that a little data, medium amount of data, or a lot of data?
Voluminous, a lot of data. So we immediately started to review that. And again, I feel like maybe I speak for most experts. One thing we always want is more time, right? So in a case like this, I mean, ideally we would be talking months to be able to sift through all of that information, be able to do analysis, be able to do testing, be able to write a report, right? So I think certainly we are on the order of months, not weeks.
What did you do, however, if anything, to try to expedite the work and get it done as quickly as you could once you got the level of information you had from Aperture?
Certainly. So I certainly understood that the trial was imminent. So I worked as quickly as I could, along with Dr. RANTCHLER, to review that material, and certainly in parallel, try to determine, okay, what testing do we need to do to effectively evaluate and potentially come up with opinions for this case.
Did you put other work aside at ARCA to work on this matter?
Absolutely. Work and personal things.
And personal things, what did you put aside? Just one example.
So the other week, my wife and I, we celebrated our 10-year anniversary. So
it affected his personal life, I understand.
Okay, I'll move on, Your Honor. With regard to the work, you performed it on an expedited basis, as you said. You shortened the time period down as much as your firm possibly could. Is that correct?
Correct.
You said you would like to have had more time, correct?
Correct, but I understood Your Honor's order, and I wanted to meet that deadline, so I worked as quickly as I could over the last week to ensure that, again, we could respect that deadline, and we completed our testing.
And with regard to the testing now that you've worked on, that you just described, does that testing relate to any previous work, or is it all in response to the new expert for the Commonwealth, Aperture, and the new information from Aperture that came in iterations through the month of February?
It would be in response to Dr. Welcher's work. Certainly, much of what was alluded to in his report in PowerPoint was not discussed in the first trial.
Could you have done any of the work you've been working on the past month or so? Could you have done any of that work without receiving the Aperture report and slides and scans?
No, I don't even know what we would be responding to then.
So you needed the Aperture information before you could even start working, correct?
Correct.
Do you have in mind, or does ARCA have in mind, any further testing that you need to do, or have you completed what ARCA needs to do with regard to fairly and properly responded to the new work of Aperture?
I think we're satisfied that we've completed that testing, yes.
And what, if any, more work do you contemplate that needs to be done from, as you sit here today, going forward?
Well, as I mentioned, all the testing is done, so I think the analysis and the report to follow, yes.
To use expert engineering type terms, is it QA/QCing the report? Is it putting all the information together in a compilation so everybody can understand what you've done and make clear your findings and conclusions? Is that what's left to do?
Yes, and I will note, obviously, as the court is aware, we've produced all of that raw test data, photographs, video, so it's all there. The basis and the foundation for what the report will lay out has all been provided to the court.
You got ahead of me, and thankfully to my next question, which is there's nothing that you have that you've done that hasn't already been produced to pursuant to the court's order. Is that correct?
No, I think that we've responded to the court's order, yes.
How long on an expedited basis? Well, let me ask you, in the ordinary course, how long would it take you to do this last part of your work, in the ordinary course?
Probably, again, it can vary. Maybe around a month would be fair.
However, it would take a month in the ordinary course. How quickly can you get that work done fairly?
I'm hoping if it pleases the court, hopefully May 7th will work.
And so you believe everything would be completed by May 7th?
Correct.
Where you are. That's all I have at this point, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan?
Doctor, you're suggesting that it's going to take until May 7th for you to complete your reports in this case?
And the analysis, yes.
Do you know when this trial started?
I think like a week or so ago.
You provided raw data last Friday,
Yes.
but you would agree you still have not provided any reports.
Correct.
You said if you were notified or received information, you could have your testing and opinions done within a month, correct?
Potentially. Again, it would also depend on when we got authorization from the Department of Justice, which, as I mentioned, was at the very end of March.
I understand that. We're going to talk about that separately. I'm talking specifically about how long it would take if you received the information. You said that you could have the testing and reports done in 1 month, correct?
I don't know. I said the testing, the reports, and everything.
Would it take longer than a month?
Ideally, I think it depends on what kind of a report that we're talking about. I think if it's something along the lines that Dr. Welcher produced, I think it could be pretty quick.
You said March 26th is when you received authorization, and you're going to have things done by May 7th. So that's a month and a week?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Do you know when the Commonwealth in this case turned over Dr. Welcher's information to the defense? Do you know?
I don't know, no.
Did you know that it was turned over in a report on January 30th?
Just the report?
Yes.
I didn't know that,
And
no.
the file in its entirety was turned over by February 5th? Did you know that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know that?
I don't, Your Honor.
And if you had a month from February 5th to complete your testing and report, you could have been done by March 5th or even the second week of March, couldn't you?
Presuming we had authorization, the defense had authorization from the Department of Justice as well as ARCA, yes.
Putting aside the authorization, I'm going to ask you about that. But just the time you need to test, if you knew or received the information by February 5th, you could have been done by March 5th or mid-March, couldn't you?
Potentially, yes.
Well, you're going to get it done that quickly now, so wouldn't that be an accurate guide to when you could have done it then?
It's certainly not ideal, but we certainly are working as quickly as we can.
I know it's not ideal, but isn't it the same time frame? Whatever it's going to take you from March 26th, you could have done from February 5th. True?
Again, I don't know the timeline in terms of what exactly was produced when from Dr. Welcher, so I'm not aware of that.
But I'm not asking about the timeline. I'm talking about the time needed to deal with this information you said you could have done in around a month.
I think a month or more, yes.
So, your contract with the federal government ended, ARCR's did, in June of 2024, didn't it?
I believe it was sometime last year, yes.
Do you know the Commonwealth notified the defense that they were going to have a new expert back in October of 2024?
No.
Are you aware of any effort by ARCR or the defense to try to facilitate an agreement that the defense could use ARCR as witnesses back in October or November of 2024?
No.
Are you aware of any efforts by the defense to try to notify the federal government to be able to use ARCR in December or January?
No.
And so as far as you knew, this came out of nowhere in March, that the defense wanted to use ARCR, or specifically you and Dr. RANTCHLER, in late March of 2025?
No, I think, again, it was, like I said, around February of 2025. I know that, like I said, when I spoke to Mr. Jackson, that he had indicated that the ARCA issue was being litigated. And I think that, like I said, there was, I think, multiple motions pending against us, and he didn't even know if he could move forward with us at that point in time.
Do you know why the defense waited until February 2025 to even seek permission from the federal government to retain you and Dr. RANTCHLER so you could review the materials?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know, do you happen to know that?
I don't know, no.
Next question.
You shared with us communications you had with the United States Attorney's Office. Were you receiving information in this case since the last trial from the defense or from the United States Attorney's Office?
What do you mean with respect to information?
Evidence, discovery, information.
From the Department of Justice?
Anybody?
No, not until recently, no.
So you haven't seen any discovery until after February of 2025, isn't that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you were involved in this case before trial last year, we talked about your communications and conversations with the defense. Was anybody giving you information as an intermediary? Was anybody updating you on the defense of the case or giving other information to you?
Yeah, I think I previously testified that the Department of Justice was closely watching the trial and providing us information.
What information were they providing you about the trial?
I think that they provided information regarding the some of the witnesses that had testified with respect to, I think, the reconstructionists, and I think some of the evidence.
So when the Department of Justice was giving you information during the trial about witnesses, what witnesses do you remember they were giving you information about?
One that comes to mind was, and I don't even recall his name, it would have been the accident reconstructionist.
Is it a coincidence that when you were receiving information from the Department of Justice about particular witnesses testifying in this case, is it a coincidence that your phone calls and text messages are more frequent?
Is it a coincidence?
Yes.
I presume so.
Well, when you were receiving information from the Department of Justice about witness testimony in this case, was that part of the catalyst for you to either call or text the defense and ask questions?
No.
Did you ever share any of the information you received from the Department of Justice with the defense?
No.
When you were receiving information from the Department of Justice about witness testimony, that was before you testified, correct?
Correct.
And part of that, when they were giving you information, did they ever give you any live video?
No. It was
Yep.
just verbal
And
communication.
they were giving you updates and summaries of testimony?
I wouldn't say summaries. They just pointed out some key things I think that came out.
What were
And,
the key things they were talking about with the reconstructionist testimony? What were they telling you?
I think it was, as it relates to the arm being outstretched, and I think some of the kinematics of the pedestrian. I also think there was some mention of potentially some DNA evidence.
And is that how at trial, even though you had no evidence that was produced as part of your report, or to consider for your report, that you knew that there was DNA evidence because of the intermediary?
Because of the Department of Justice?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you know there was a sequestration order in this case that you were not supposed to consider or review other witnesses' testimony or information? Did you know that?
I was never made aware of that. no.
Nobody made you aware about a sequestration order in this case?
No.
But you did, in fact, receive information about other witnesses' testimony before you testified in this case in front of the jury, didn't you?
From the Department of Justice, yes.
What other witnesses were you advised about their testimony and issues in this case before your testimony in this case?
That's all I recall.
Well, you said it was more than one. You said some witnesses. Take a moment, think back. What other witnesses stand out that you were offered information from the Department of Justice about this case before you testified?
As I mentioned, I don't know which witness provided the DNA information, but I would presume that that's the other witness, yes.
So you heard information, you learned that there was information and testimony about DNA,
Yes,
and certainly when you took that information before you testified, you considered it when you testified, didn't you?
no, because again, our report was already solidified, so it didn't change my opinion in any way.
Well, not about whether it changed your opinion. You testified about DNA, didn't you?
I don't believe that I did, no.
I'm going to approach, if I may, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is your outline with your comments. You recognize this?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce that as an exhibit, please. Thank you.
Exhibit 3.
So, as an expert, when you receive information, you need time to look at the raw data, don't you?
Potentially, yes.
You need time to look at the report of another expert, don't you?
Potentially.
And then you got to consider whether or not you think that their testing is accurate. You can test their testing, can't you?
You can, yes.
And you can also generate new tests based on what you've read, if you think that there is some explanation needed. Yes?
Perhaps, yes.
And then you can write a report.
Yes.
So it's fair to say when an expert introduces new information, testing materials, it takes about, if not at least a month, to process through that information, vet it, and then consider your own testing.
Well, if they've already authored a report and done their own testing, that should be solidified and memorialized already.
Well, if there's new testing, if a new expert does something new, and an expert wants to look at it, you would agree to sift through that much information and consider and vet it and then do independent testing. It could take over a month, couldn't it?
If it's necessary.
And it would be the expert that determines whether or not that was necessary, wouldn't it?
Sure.
And if your report is not due until May 7th, is that what you said, May 7th?
Yes.
May 7th. It could take an expert, if they wanted to do testing based on new testing that you provided, over a month, couldn't it?
It depends. I can't answer that.
When you wrote that initial report and you provided the report, how many pages was it? 10, 12 pages?
The original DOJ report?
The report that you produced in this case with your opinions, yes.
That sounds about right.
Okay. You never gave the raw data for that report, did you?
No, it was all protected.
It was all what?
It was protected as classified.
Have you been asked for it? Has there been a request made for all the raw data that formed the basis of your opinions, of those initial opinions?
My understanding from communication with the Department of Justice is that all communication and work product is protected and cannot be disclosed.
So that raw data that's necessary to you for your evaluation and your testing, that wasn't provided in this case, was it?
For the first trial?
Yes.
No.
And videos of the demonstration, you built like a potato cannon, right?
I'm sorry, what?
Potato cannon.
If that's how you want to characterize it, sure.
Okay. Did you take videos of it when you were doing your demonstrations and tests?
Yes.
Never turned over those videos, did you?
Again, we're talking about trial one. As I mentioned, for trial two, let me
asking
finish.
about trial one, so
Okay.
no, I want you to focus on.
Okay, no, that
trial
was
one.
not produced, no.
Never turned over any of those videos, did you?
Again, we were not able to.
And was there any failed testing the first time around?
No.
In addition to videos, I'm sure you had other raw data, notes, photographs, right?
Yes.
And so when you look at a report, so for example, you saw Dr. Welch's report and you had access now to his file and data, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed that, didn't you?
Yes.
Because to be fair, you need to review not just the report, that's just someone's opinion. You need to review the raw data, don't you, to get an accurate understanding of an opinion?
Right, which we have already provided
Right,
in
so-
response to Dr. Welcher.
Without video and without the raw data, as an expert, there's no ability to really vet the reliability of your first experiments that led to your testimony in trial one, is there?
I think you might be confused. Again, our role for this round.
I don't think
first-
I am.
Objection, Your Honor, you should be allowed to answer.
I don't think I'm confused. I'm talking about trial one.
Right.
You had a 12-page report. You provided no video, no raw data, no notes, correct?
Correct. But for this trial, sir, we are being asked to respond to Dr. Welcher.
That's
Okay?
not what I'm
We
asking
have
you.
provided everything that he would need to evaluate the testing that we have done.
That's not what I'm asking you. What if he wants to evaluate the testing you did the first time? Are you going to come into court? Do you hope to testify about the opinions you gave the first time? About those 4 opinions?
I don't know what the defense's plan is for us. My understanding is that it's to evaluate and respond to Dr. Welcher.
All right, with that, I need to see counsel attack. You're all set, and let's bring Dr. Rentschler in here, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Follow me, sir.
Thank you.
Follow me, sir. Step forward now, clerk, raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Dr. Rentschler, this is going to be very quick. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan. We
Thank
just
you.
need his name.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Dr. Andrew John Rentschler, ANDREWJOHNRENTSCHLER.
You've testified before in this case?
I have, yes, sir.
At a last voir dire in a past trial?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you have conversations and communications with the defense before your last testimony?
I did, yes.
Did you use text messages to communicate?
I believe there was maybe one text message.
Okay. How about phone calls?
There was maybe 1 or 2 phone calls, I believe.
Okay. Would it be fair to say there was 6 text messages for you?
Yeah, I believe I sent one, and then there were 5 sent to me.
And were there 23 phone calls?
No, I don't believe so.
Have you looked at the records outlining the phone calls that supposedly you made to the defense?
I looked at the records from the defense, but then I looked at my own records, which indicate a different number, only 3 phone calls, I believe.
Okay, so the 23 phone calls that are summarized, you don't think you made those phone calls?
No, if you look at them, it's like 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute. And in that time period, according to my phone records, I have like a 21-minute phone call that encompasses most of that time.
Did you discuss with the defense before your testimony anything about this case?
I don't believe so, no.
When you say you don't believe so, do you remember speaking to them about this case at all?
I remember speaking about my qualifications and my background, and I believe that's it.
Did you ever use any other medium to have conversations with the defense other than texts or emails or phone calls?
No, sir.
Did you ever communicate with them on Signal?
No, sir.
Why not?
There was no reason to.
As an expert, when you communicate with clients, there's no concern about having it in writing, is there?
So when I...
Keeping a record, whether it's a phone call or a text message or an email, there's no concerns when you're dealing with clients having a record of that, is there?
I don't believe that ARC has any specific policy for that, no, sir.
Did you keep track of your hours prior to your testimony?
I did, yes.
And before you testified, did you have conversations with people from the Department of Justice about this case?
Yes, I did.
Did they inform you about witness testimony?
They did inform me, yes, about testimony and situations and events that came forth in the trial that I was not aware of.
Who decided whether it was going to be an issue worthy of talking about before trial?
With the DOJ, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, certainly that would have been up to the DOJ. I mean, I would have had conversations with them. I don't believe that I asked or requested anything, but they
Sure.
were called to update us about what was going on.
Do you know why they were calling and raising certain issues with you?
I do not know, no, sir.
And by calling and raising issues and telling you information, even if you weren't requesting it, it helped prepare you for your trial testimony, didn't it?
It would certainly help prepare me to understand what was going on during the trial, yes.
Did you know there was a sequestration order? That there was supposed to be no discussion of testimony and issues that were occurring in the courtroom before you testified?
I'm going to allow it. Were you aware of that, sir?
No, I was not.
Okay.
After you testified, before you testified, did you get a chance to meet anybody from the defense?
Just when I came at court, I think for the voir dire is the first time I met anybody.
Did you just spend time with the defendant and the defense after your testimony?
Well, after my testimony at trial on the 24th, yes, I was provided a ride back to the airport, and I believe I was the last witness, so before my ride to the airport, they said, there's a lunch next door, we need to get somebody else to take to the airport, come over, have lunch. I had lunch, stood in the corner, and then got a ride back to the airport.
Spend time with the defendant and her family?
Oh, they were certainly there.
Did you talk to them?
Well, they talked to me. As I said, I ate my lunch, and then I actually went and stood in the corner, and then I believe some people came over to talk to me and approach me.
So you spent some time with them?
Certainly, yes.
Okay. And, sir, I understand the report is not going to be ready until May 7th or after?
I believe currently that's what the estimated deadline is, yes.
And so in evaluating Dr. Welch's materials, you wanted to look at the raw data, the conclusions, the findings, the PowerPoint, all the materials, right?
Yes, you'd like to review all the materials before coming up with an
So then you
opinion.
make a decision on what you think is appropriate to contest or maybe agree with, and then do your own test if necessary, correct?
To be able to respond to what those opinions and allegations are, yes, sir.
And it's taken you at least a month to fairly do that, hasn't it?
Well, I believe that's what we've had, a month. I don't know if it's taken us a month. That's basically all we've had up to this point to do
And
that.
it's still not done.
No, not yet. That's correct, sir.
All right. Is that it, Mr. Brennan?
That's it, thank you.
All right. Can you get that report and everything completed before the 7th? If I order you to do so?
If you order me to do so, I mean, I could certainly try and expedite it, yeah.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You're all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for 1 minute.
Down, follow me.
That's it. Thank you.
All rise to the court, please.
Goodbye.